Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Woo! All right, hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. And salutations. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Creepy hugs.
Oh, whatever. Hey, Mary Santora's right there.
Yo.
And Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
A lot to get to today. Pete Holmes is going to join us a little bit later on. John Jameson is going to join us later on. 2 vegan comics on the show today. Pete Holmes is doing Saturday and Sunday at Hilarities. John Jameson's down at the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls. I'll have another key that will hopefully fire up the Buzzard bike for you. We'll have a Poundcake sports break. And I don't know about you, but I'm waiting with bated breath. At any given time, there are so many things going on in the world of sports. We, as mere mortals, are unable to encapsulate them properly, and so we turn it over once a week to Poundcake, who, how would you describe it? Put a little zhuzh on it?
My little pizzazz, my little charisma.
There you go. He's full of riz, this kid, and he will inject the sports break with it. If you want to join us, please do 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, 35192. Want to send a text, AlanCoxShow.com. If you want to watch live. And last night was another one of those nights I couldn't sleep. I don't know why.
I couldn't sleep last night either.
Could not sleep. Went to bed around 10 o'clock. Woke up around midnight. And I was up till like 4:30. I don't know what the hell's going on. Perhaps you and I were both... What are we stressed about? I mean...
Stressed about everything.
Stressed about everything?
What am I not stressed about?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, mine was like, I was supposed to have therapy this morning, like early at like 9. And so I was afraid I wasn't going to wake up for that. So I was like every hour waking up and checking my phone.
You do like to get up at the crack of noon. I do understand
right.
that.
Well, and then I knew I had to come straight into work afterward, so I would have had to have been up at like 7:30 in the morning to get all my stuff together, to get ready to go straight from therapy to work. And so I was up like every hour just checking. You ever feel like that when you have something to do in the morning? You're like an early flight or something? You get nervous?
Yeah, I definitely have that. You want to do just a quick therapy session here?
No, people hate it when we do that.
What makes you sad?
My dad's dead.
Oh, still? Get over it. And therapy done.
There you go. I'll owe you $70.
Therapized.
$70.
I have double that.
Oh, $140 for one line of get over it?
But look at how happy you are right now. You're so happy. You're over it. It worked. It seems like...
You're right. My grief is gone. Thank you, Dr. Bill.
At least Bill gave you something. Therapists sit there and listen to you talk for an hour, and then they go, that's going to do it for this week.
We have to stop soon. That's what my guy says.
We've got to stop soon. I want to get you prepared for the fact that you have to stop talking here in a few minutes.
Yeah.
And then we'll meet next time. Yeah, we had a big staff meeting here this morning, and so everybody was here.
It was a lot of people here.
There was a lot of food here, too.
Just pizza.
Pizza, yeah. And then chocolate-covered pretzels.
That Mary got you.
About a half an hour before the show. You brought those in?
Yeah, I went and
got... Oh, that's why you were telling everyone.
Yes, because I went
I thought you were just extolling the virtues of these amazing chocolate-covered pretzels that were in the kitchen. I was walking back to have a pish, and Mary's walking through the suite. It's all the salespeople back and forth.
Letting them know.
Hey, there's chocolate-covered pretzels in there. Hey, there's chocolate covered pretzels in there. Wow, she's like Paul Revere up in this bitch.
Yeah.
I thought that somebody just put them back there and you were being nice and letting everybody know.
No, I purchased them
You
because
bought them.
I wanted chocolate covered pretzels, and there was a lot of people here today, and I was like, oh, it'd probably be nice to get some for everybody.
Why not? Oh, so how many did you buy? You went to Heinen's?
I went to Heinen's. I bought 3 packs of them. I
And
think
how
there was
many?
like
Those
15.
are the ones by the register?
Yes. There's like 15 of them in every pack. I was going to get cookies, but
You
they
brought
didn't.
45 chocolate covered pretzels?
They're almost gone. There was like 40 people here.
Oh, I know. It's like you drop food into a radio station and it's like hyenas. You'd think people never ate around here.
Yeah. But I
It's
was
like
gonna
piranha
get,
around a piece of meat.
How was your pizza, by the way?
Who are you talking to?
You.
I didn't have any.
What'd you have?
I had a sandwich that I brought from home.
Okay.
So she brought 45 chocolate covered pretzels to work.
Well, I was gonna get
That was nice of you.
Yeah, I was gonna get cookies, but
They're the
they-
big ones, right? They look like handcuffs?
No, they're not that big.
Oh.
They're kind of small, and they're thin too. But I was gonna get cookies, but they didn't have any packages of cookies, like fresh baked cookies, more than 4. So I was like, either I get these for just me and Bill, and then I feel bad that no one else gets any, or because I'm not buying.
Why would you feel bad?
I don't know. 'Cause
People can buy their own food.
Yeah, but I felt like sharing today.
Oh, okay.
I felt like being generous.
Since you didn't get to do it in therapy,
Right. Right.
did Poundcake get a chocolate covered pretzel?
I grabbed exactly one when I went into the kitchen.
And I bet you had to pull your hand back before somebody tried to eat your hand.
No, the ones that were left were the ones that I think people were just like, I've had enough. I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
So I just had one.
They've had enough. There were people eating multiple chocolate covered pretzels.
I had 4.
Wow.
I had 2.
But okay, so they're not the big ones, but
No,
they're
they
not the
weren't.
tiny ones either.
No, they're mid-size. They're not like the tiny pretzel twists that are like the size of a quarter, but they're not the big giant ones. They're probably, I don't know, an inch and a half in diameter.
Oh, so they're huge.
Yeah, an inch and a half, giant, biggest I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, Bill's math is a little off. He's still in girlfriend mode.
Not
Okay.
really.
So what's that?
Nothing.
So okay, good. So but people took you up on it.
Yeah.
Well, that was nice.
A lot of people did.
Yeah, it was nice. No, I thought you were just letting people know that it was in there in the kitchen.
No.
Which would have been equally nice, but required more effort, I guess.
Had I not bought them, I would have, like, if I walked in there and I saw chocolate covered pretzels, I wouldn't tell anybody. So that way I can have them.
You could have all of them.
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, but I mean, when they have food here, because what happened, we had this huge staff meeting this morning, and then they had a bunch of pizzas delivered. So like a giant stack of pizza boxes full of pizza, and they drop them all in the kitchen, and then everybody goes hog wild or whatever. So would you hide the pretzels? Would you put them up in a cupboard?
I have done that before. Where
You have.
like
You've hidden food from
yes,
people.
I've walked in, and it's usually during meetings or if they have like a sales meeting or something and they get it catered, there'll be like little half wraps. And when we get here, I get here at 1, and there's like there's only 4 little wraps left. I'll
was
put
gonna say
2 of them on a plate, put like 2 plates on top of each other, 2 paper plates so that it's closed, and write my name on top, and then put that in the fridge. So that way no one
Write
takes
your
it.
name on top.
I will.
I love it.
Yeah.
See, the wraps never go as fast as the pizza, though. 'Cause
No.
people are like, nah, seems a little healthy for lunch. So you get back there, and there's a giant thing still full of wraps. The pizza just goes like very, very quickly. But then everybody's stumbling around the rest of the day because they're like in a carb coma.
All right, everybody went home already.
Well, that too. Yeah, they're like, what? I had to come in for a meeting. I'm going home. All right, we'll hold down the fort. Don't worry about it. We'll just hold down the fort like we always do. You're welcome. Do you have 2 clamshell plates hiding food in the cupboard right now?
No.
Oh.
Because I ate 2 pieces of pizza.
Mm-hmm.
It was mid.
What kind was the pizza?
I like veggie pizza. So because I went to go get a pop, legitimately, from the time it took me to walk across the street to Potbelly to get a bottle of pop to come back, almost all the pizza was gone. And there was like 12 boxes of pizza.
There's a lot of pizza.
But when I came back, there was a full veggie pizza still there. So like the pepperoni was gone, the
Because
sausage
nobody
was
wanted
gone.
that.
But I love veggie pizza. That's like one of my favorites. So I had 2 slices of the veggie pizza.
But you weren't, so that's good. I mean, you wouldn't have to fight anybody for that.
No.
What did you have, Bill?
I had a piece of the pepperoni.
And how was it?
It was okay.
It's fine.
It was
fine.
delicious.
It's free. It's
I
free
heard you guys
pizza.
talking about how awesome, how delicious it was.
Mm-hmm.
So good.
It wasn't in Dracy's, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, they probably weren't going to have somebody stand in line for 45 minutes
Yeah.
to bring over 12 pizzas.
No, it's good. It's pizza. Even when it's bad, it's pretty good.
And veggie pizza is pretty bad.
I like veggie pizza.
Well, sounds like it. Okay, good. Well, listen, a lot of people got some food.
We got
And did anybody?
influenced.
What's that?
So we got influenced from our meeting.
Right?
We got a call to action. And you know what, Alan? I feel a fire under my ass. I'm gonna make some money for iHeart.
That
this year.
might
the
be
pepperonis.
yeah, that's it. No, she had the veggie.
Well,
It's the grease.
Were there any banana peppers on it? Maybe.
No.
Were there any pepperoncinis or anything like that?
No.
Nothing hot.
No.
No chili honey oil that might be finding its way back around again. All right, good. I got to take a break. If you want to send a text to me, 35192 is where I'll see it. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart
all goes back to Mickey.
He's not only the most idolized of the bad boys, he's also the most bad guys of the bad guys.
Listen to Lost Hills on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Some things are too good to be true. This thing is too true to be good.
The Alan Cox Show.
True dat.
On 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 if you want to join us. 800-348-1007. 35192. Send a text if you're watching at AlanCoxShow.com. You can thank Les Meetings for helping out. Back there in the video department. Did he get a chocolate-covered pretzel?
No, he was out of here quick.
Well, he was out of here before the show.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Wanted to shore up a couple of things technically before we began the big broadcast?
I guess so.
Mm-hmm. Guardians lose in San Diego last night. 6-3 was the final against the Padres. They will get another crack at them tonight. And then tomorrow night to finish the series. 9:40 tonight is the start on MMS. 9:10. And that pregame coverage will begin. Oakland A's fans got a real kick in the nuts last night. They were trying to get one massive push to try to show the owners of the Oakland A's that the team should stay in Oakland rather than moving to Vegas, which is the way everything seemed to be moving. And so they did what they called kind of a reverse boycott to try to get as many fans to the ballpark as they possibly could. And they drew the largest home game crowd of the season. They drew about 28,000 people. Now, the reason that the Oakland A's want to move is because normally they'll draw about 8,000 people to an A's game. But last night they drew about 28,000 people. And a lot of the ticket sales, a portion of which were going to be donated to like local food banks. And they called it a reverse boycott to fill Oakland Coliseum and show that the team should stay in Oakland, California.
Yeah, I think that's just called support.
It is called support. Maybe some of you scrubs who showed up. Nobody pays attention until it's, down to the wire, and then everybody shows up. Well, anyway, it was during the game that they got the information that the Nevada Senate had approved $380 million in public money for a Las Vegas ballpark for the Oakland A's.
Your move, Oakland.
So they're watching the game, and it's like, womp, womp. So that didn't go so well for them. They're saying now, hey, if there's an expansion team out there, somebody's looking for a place to put a team, they should put it in Oakland. But if the team just moved, they're trying to make the point that there's a fan base ready to support a team, but I don't know that they do. So anyway, they got record crowd out at Oakland Coliseum last night, but it was all for naught, as it seems that the team is going to move to Las Vegas. And I love that they get hundreds of millions of dollars in public money when this stuff happens. Billionaire owners, but get the city to pay for it. So what are you going to do?
How do you stay a billionaire?
That's how you stay a billionaire and spending your money. Also in Vegas, the Golden Knights are the NHL Stanley Cup champions.
20 seconds remaining. The Golden Knights start to celebrate on their bench. The silver trophy to the Golden Knights.
I'll tell you what, it is, that is 2 championship losses for Florida in a week. It's been a rough week. The Golden Knights beat the Florida Panthers. Of course, the Denver Nuggets just beat the Miami Heat for the NBA championship. The Golden Knights made it their first season as a team. We had a guy in Pittsburgh on the Penguins when I was still there, a kid named Marc-Andre Fleury, and it was a big, big get to pull him from the Penguins to the Golden Knights in their inaugural season.
Is he related to Oreo McFlurry?
He is, actually. So let's see if I can recall. Second cousin on his mother's side.
See, Matt Rife, I can do puns, too.
Good job. But then he split there. I think we had him on the Blackhawks for a minute. But the Las Vegas Golden Knights are the first modern-day hockey franchise to win the Stanley Cup so quickly. They've only been around for 6 years. And it was a high-scoring game. They won 9-3. That's a lot of goals in hockey.
Yeah, it is.
9 goals.
When I checked
You're running the table with those dudes.
I checked the score, and it was the beginning of the third period, and it was 6-1.
Yeah.
I'm like, this one's not a lot of drama in this Stanley Cup final.
It's not really a nail-biter
No.
at that point. But yeah, 2 Florida teams have been denied a championship in a week. For people who pay attention to those things. I guess the silver lining is that Miami now has Lionel Messi playing soccer for him. People who are into that. I guess the ticket prices for that team in Miami have increased 600% because he's considered the best player in the game. He's considered the Muggsy Bogues of soccer. He's the best player ever, right, in basketball?
Yes,
Muggsy
everybody
Bogues.
always talks about how Muggsy Bogues, the 5'3" point guard, was the greatest of all time.
Well, there is an asterisk, the caveat there. He's the greatest to ever play the game under 5'4".
You're not wrong about that.
Right?
He is.
Can't touch Spud Webb.
No, who was that?
Spud Webb was like 5'6".
5'6". He was a giant.
No, who was the little guy who won the dunk contest?
Nate
Peter
Robinson,
Dinklage.
Yeah.
5'9".
He won the dunk contest. Who, the white kid?
No, Nate
That
Robinson.
was,
Yeah, who was that kid?
oh, what's his name? Not that
I don't know.
Professor. That was the And One mixtape. It was like a mix something, I feel like.
Flurry.
No, Fleury plays hockey.
Mac McClung.
Mac McClung, that was close.
He's with the Sixers?
He was on the Sixers for 3 days. to
Okay.
be in
3
the-
days.
To basically be in the dunk contest.
Oh, really?
And
What
then-
is he doing now? Selling cars?
No, he's just on a G League team.
Oh, the G League team with Ben Affleck and J-Lo.
No, G League.
I'm sorry? I'm
Oh,
G
my
League
God, we've
team?
been in this
Yeah,
building
there's
too
G
long
Aren't we
today.
saying the same thing?
Dude, getting here at 11, I don't even know what to do with all the time. I've stocked the fridge full of water. Just walking around looking for stuff to
Why
do.
don't you just go back home?
You should have turned it
Because I'm
down.
not going to drive an hour.
How long is it? It takes you an hour to get home?
It takes
Round
25
trip.
minutes there and back. So our
Berea
meeting's
is-
over at noon, you know?
Berea's close, but it's not that close. And it like once you get into Berea, then there's like
all that crazy Berea traffic.
Well, it's not Berea traffic. It's just everything is like it takes 10 minutes
To
once
get
you get
anywhere.
in Berea
Yeah.
to get anywhere.
So I'm like 25
Why is
minutes
that?
from here. It's just where
It's
the
how
way
it's
it
built,
is.
yeah.
Really? Is it spread out?
Kind of. I mean, not
Well, it's-
really.
Why does it take 10 minutes to get everywhere?
It takes
Because it's all 25.
Yeah, and it takes me 10 minutes to get to the highway, and then it's 15 minutes on the highway downtown. But yeah, so I was like, it's
You
like
could have. It's a beautiful day. You could have taken a pre-show constitutional.
I did. I went and bought chocolate covered pretzels, and then I stocked the fridge full of water.
Did
I
you
mean,
turn
you
the
could have
fridge down?
You could have
because
like
it gets-
taken a nice walk downtown. Is what I'm saying.
that fridge gets too cold and they all freeze, and then we just have
No,
ice.
I'll turn it down.
Now
I
you
need to
tell her.
turn it down.
Ironically, the fridge can't make ice.
Right.
There's no actual ice in there, but everything else gets iced over. Go figure.
But yeah, it was like
This is the
12:30, and I'm like, what are we supposed to do for the next hour? This is ridiculous. I should be waking up right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Poundcake wasn't at the meeting. He didn't miss anything.
Nope. I was-
Except all of these secret details on how to maximize your income
Well,
with iHeart Cleveland.
those meetings are great because they're always just like, hey, Bill Wills makes a lot more money than the rest of you guys. Be more like Bill Wills. And we're all like,
that's
we
why I
can't
always-
be Bill Wills. He's only Bill Wills.
That's why I always like when they put that chart up on the big screen of the top endorsers. Because it's Bill Wills, then me, then, I don't know, take your pick. But it puts you already have a leg up on other people because make no mistake, out there in the suite, listener, it's a blood sport. It's a blood sport. That's why everybody's sitting down today in the meeting. What's AC doing? Standing up, at attention, ready to strike. You saw me and Scooter Reese almost get into it. They're all very nice. You can't. Everybody's very nice, but nobody can touch Bill Wills. The guy's the king.
It's the best.
Yeah, you give him anything, he'll sell it. Friends, it's Bill Wills for elbow length white gloves. Want some ketchup? Man, this guy sells ketchup. Or whatever it is, right?
He does now because you mentioned it, and ketchup company includes you be like, you know what, Bill Wills could probably move some of our product.
That's right. There is a Cleveland ketchup company, isn't there? I was doing their commercials a few years ago. Cleveland ketchup. The only ketchup I use for as long as they paid me. And Cleveland mustard, too. The finest ketchup in the land, I believe, is what I told people it was, because they had multiple flavors. And I said, man, I'll tell you what, I've never had ketchup like this. And then I wasn't getting paid anymore. And I stopped talking about the ketchup.
The only thing I care about is Wendy's and Terry's North Coast Auto, and everything else can die.
Now, if you, everything else can die. Right. The salespeople back there crossing Bill's name off of a potential list there.
No, there was no.
You know what? There was.
Because, like, we're all, like, 30th on the list because there's so many people on this station. So, like, by the time stuff gets to us, I'm happy to have any endorsements, considering they have to run through, you know, everybody on the morning show before they go, okay, I guess we'll put Bill on this.
We'll give Bill some Wendy's. Why not? He likes Wendy's.
I love Wendy's.
It just worked out, right? You're naturally always crowing about Wendy's.
I mean,
and then the stars aligned. It didn't go the other way.
It worked.
Stars aligned. I'm surprised you didn't go next door, Mary, with all that time and buy some cupcakes. I always see people walking by here with big boxes of cupcakes.
They don't have. They make vegan cupcakes, but you have to order them in advance.
They don't have a tray of them? Really?
Believe me, I've been in there before.
Yeah, I've never been in there, but you would think as popular as vegan cupcakes probably are, you'd think they'd have some at the ready.
Yeah. Well, because that's what I thought. I was like, they probably have like a basic, like a vegan chocolate.
Like one
or
tray.
Yeah, like one, or even just one flavor. And they're like, no, sorry, you have to order those ones in advance.
Maybe they don't keep, so they can't put them in the case.
But that wouldn't make sense because there's no dairy in them. So if anything, they would keep better.
Is that true? Dairy's not
Right?
a preservative.
But I'm saying
Without
the dairy
is what would
that would
keep.
spoil.
No, what I'm saying is dairy is not a preservative. So if you're talking about things they would spoil because they don't have dairy in them.
No, it would not spoil because it does. For me, it makes sense if something with dairy will spoil quicker. So something without dairy should keep.
I see.
So I don't think that that's what it is.
By the way, a question a lot of people are asking, and I guess it bears asking you guys, all that pizza that they brought today for the staff meeting, why no salad? Where was the salad?
There was also no drinks.
I thought the salad
Alan.
was a big part of everyone's pizza diet. Where's all the salad?
It's not in our budget. Just
What?
like there was no pop. Or
Guys, we
anything
don't
but
have a salad
water.
budget.
Well, no, they had the Buzzard Brew.
They had beer that they got
Yup.
for free.
Yep.
They couldn't get a 2-liter for us who
A
don't drink
2-liter.
beer.
You're just tossing it to people. Hey,
Right.
oh, oh.
Couldn't have shared anything. I was like, hey, is there anything non-alcoholic to drink? And they were like, water. I was like, okay, got it. I'll go
Well,
get
that
my
is
own pop.
non-alcoholic,
Right.
although, you know, who knows what's coming out of the tap these days.
But that's why there was no pizza. Or that's why there was no salad, is because they're keeping their
But I thought
costs
they
down.
they all came together.
They do, but the company doesn't want to spend an extra $100 on salad.
I see.
They're only up $1.5 million this quarter, Alan.
Well, talk to them. Don't talk to me.
Was it 1.7? It's enough.
1.3, something like that.
I'll buy my own salad.
Whatever it was, I was like, hey, let's do this.
Literal salad days back there. Just innocent and carefree. But no salad. So for the people asking, your guess is as good as mine.
I just told you why.
You-
It's not because they don't go together. It's because the company didn't want to pay for it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was. They didn't want to buy salad. It's because they
Alan,
knew.
they didn't even have
It's because they knew.
drinks.
It's because they knew
No, that's got nothing to
nobody
do
would
with
touch that salad.
It's got nothing to do with
Just
it.
like I said, nobody cares about salad when they're devouring pizza. You're eating pizza
You are
specifically because you're not going to eat a salad.
Incorrect.
Hey, there's a salad or a pizza vending machine, by the way.
Ooh.
They're trying to get this going. I don't know if this is a Shark Tank thing or whatever, but there's a company called Slices USA, and this guy has invented pizza vending machines that heat it to your precise specifications on the spot. Now, here's my question. Do you know what your pizza specifications are? Because I don't know what mine are. The only thing I've ever heard people say, like sometimes if my wife orders a pizza, she will order it well done.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard that? Where they scorch it a little bit. But I don't know what my precise specifications are. If I were to order pizza from a machine to test it out, would you know what to put in there?
It only takes one time to troubleshoot. I mean, like I have to have my crust a little golden brown and my cheese a little brown as well. That means I know that it's not going to be soggy or not, stringy.
I wonder if they have a button that says "kinda brown" on the thing.
It'll be a
I
picture
had
of me.
mission, and the mission was to build a pizza machine that becomes hands-free to make the best pizza on the planet. And I think we've achieved that. With my partner, who is a thermal engineer, we started working on the different types of heating that would be needed for our machine. We put it into his concept, and when the pizza came out, I was just in complete shock.
He was in complete shock that it worked the way the guy said it would.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I could navigate a pizza making machine that said, like, do you want it little less cooked or a little more cooked?
Right.
I'd probably want it a little more cooked,
Mhm.
a little crispier.
Mhm.
That's yeah. So I think it could.
I wonder if you
be a
get.
thing.
I wonder if you can take this out, and then if you don't like it, it's just like
Send it back?
It's like a high tech stove. You go, put it a little bit longer. 'Cause, if you're like firing up a DiGiorno or something at home, you pop it in at 450, you take it out in 20 minutes, it's done. This thing, I don't know. I guess it's a good question to ask yourself as we move ever more regularly into a terrain completely dominated by tech. Pizza coming out of vending machines. I don't know why it's taken us so long to take our cues from the Japanese and have used panty vending machines, but I have to think that those can't be too far behind. Who wouldn't pay good money for that? But it's a good question to ask yourself. Do you know what your pizza specifications are?
Well,
This is, you guys who want to move away from like your dating profile of you and the fish, just put your pizza specifications in the dating profile. See if that bumps you up a couple of points.
I don't reheat pizza. I eat pizza cold straight from the fridge. But supposedly, instead of microwaving your pizza, the best way to do it is to put it in a frying pan with one ice cube. And that the ice cube is supposed to like crisp up because it's like the water. I don't know what it does.
I thought the ice cube steamed.
No, it's supposed to like make the bottom crispy.
Okay.
Yeah, so like
I've never tried that. I've heard that. I've never tried it.
I haven't heard it. I haven't tried it either, but because I don't reheat pizza.
I don't ever have leftovers.
Two problems, right?
Yeah.
You don't ever have leftovers.
No, I'm more in the I don't really heat up, or if I don't mind microwaving it if I do heat it up. But like getting a frying pan out seems like more work than I want to do.
That's supposedly what you're supposed to do. Put the frying pan
Have you ever
on.
tried it?
No, put it on with medium heat, put the pizza in there, pop an ice cube in, and then put a lid on it. And that, like Bill said, it like steams the cheese perfectly, and it's supposed to make the bottom nice and toasty as well.
That's what I tell people when I get mad.
You steam
Steam
cheese?
It really
cheese?
steams my cheese. Yep. But it just goes to show you between the pizza vending machine and another, because fast food places can't wait to take the one job that anyone can do to make a little bit of money and completely automate that. Right? The factory job used to be, now it's the fast food job. It's a job anyone can do, and nobody's getting rich off of it. But fast food companies can't wait to make it all robots.
Mm-hmm.
So they've already got AI at the drive-thru. They've tried these, robots making your hamburgers. Those flop because they suck. They had a robot pizza delivery startup that raised $500 million that shut down because they couldn't figure out how to deliver the pizzas without the cheese sliding off. They couldn't physically keep the cheese from sliding off the pizza. And this is how bananas, like the venture capital companies, have become. I don't know how you fail to make a pizza with $500 million. They just throw money at morons who go, I got a way to make X, Y, and Z. And then these people just live in nice houses and drive nice cars. The company doesn't do much. They just paid themselves a big salary, and it doesn't matter if they make any money or not. But $500 million, and the company is no more because they couldn't figure out how to keep the cheese on the crust. So, again, the fast food or the, Domino's, Pizza Hut, they're larfing all the way to the bank. because all these startups can't figure out something as fundamental as keeping the cheese in place. But if you don't know your personal specifications, going beyond extra brown or getting your cheese steamed, it's something to look into. Instapot, too, is filing for bankruptcy. So you see all
that trend came and went real fast, didn't it?
Well, pandemic, right?
Yeah.
It's like Peloton and Instapot just completely exploded over the pandemic. And then people are like, yeah, I have one. It's like if you buy one, you're not going to buy another one.
Right.
And so, yeah, Instapot's cool.
You didn't buy one, yeah. Like
you didn't buy one,
it's just a pressure cooker, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
And I would have thought that domestic terrorists would have kept the company alive, but it doesn't seem to be going in that direction.
It's falling on it because people still will want to use guns.
Is that what it is?
I mean,
ease of use.
Look at how many mass shootings there are compared to bombings.
Mass instapottings?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
Mass neti pottings.
Mm-hmm.
You run around and shove a neti pot up in someone's.
Covered in boogers.
By the way, before I move on here, speaking of Instapot, just made me think of macaroni in a pot, and that made me think of Nicki Minaj. And boy, I hate to say it. It pains me to say it. Nicki Minaj has had breast reduction surgery. And whatever you think of her, she had glorious cans. Glorious, glorious orbs. And I guess felt compelled to do something different. And so she's got a song that's going to be on the Barbie soundtrack. And maybe taking her cues from the doll, I don't know. But if you follow her on Instagram, you saw her new boobs who dis post. And she confirmed her reduction surgery. If you are someone who has ever lived through or been close to someone who's had a breast reduction surgery, there's a period of mourning there. I had a girlfriend many years ago who had breast reduction surgery. And again, I'm not a big boob guy, more of an ass man. But if you have got glorious, glorious cans like that, again, you got to live your life.
Weren't they fake to begin with?
I don't know about that, Mary.
Yes.
And frankly, let's not go down that road.
Okay.
All I know
I won't
is,
ruin it for you.
all I know is she was complaining that her tops weren't fitting the way that she wanted them to which I say loudly and vehemently, boo-hoo. So anyway, she got them not undone, but she got them reduced. She's now a 32C, for those of you keeping score at home.
Jeez.
I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text.
Don't.
What?
Now that she's got smaller boobs, my anaconda don't.
His anaconda don't.
Yeah, I don't want none.
Nothing south of 32C. 35192 if you want to send a text. If you want to watch live, go to alancoxshow.com. You can listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Rover's Morning Glory.
That was a good basketball game last night, Theater.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Where's the best place in America to meet single girls and guys?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Jesus is a friend of mine. Jesus is my friend. Jesus is a friend of mine. I have a friend in Jesus. Jesus is a friend of mine. Jesus is my friend. Jesus is a friend of mine. He taught me how to live my life as it should be. He taught me how to turn my cheek when people laugh at me. I've had friends before, and I can tell you that he's one who will never leave you flat. Jesus is a friend of mine. Jesus is my
I hate that it takes so long to get to the majestic bass solo in this song. This is a Canadian band, long time ago. Love this song. But once the guy gets into the bass solo, man, I mean, and again, sure, no one's clamoring for one of those, but when you're giving it up to the man upstairs, you might as well do one. If you live in the great state of Utah and listen to the show on iHeartRadio, a lot of you do, you might have seen the story about a school district in Salt Lake City that has pulled the Bible from schools because of its vulgarity and violence. People getting what's good for the goose, I guess good for the gander in this situation. There are a lot of people that want to pull books because they think that the contents of fictional stories or history books are unfit for kids of a certain age. And one of the school districts in Salt Lake City feels that way about the Bible. And so it's been pulled from all of the elementary and middle school libraries throughout this particular district because they said it's full of sexual content, it's full of vulgarity, and it's full of violence. Of course, the people, the Bible thumpers, are appealing this, but you kind of, it falls into the be careful what you ask for category. They have also done that to the Book of Mormon in this particular school district. They said if we're going to pull the Bible, now I don't know what's in the Book of Mormon. I always defer to our own Bill Squire for that because I don't know what's in
Bible
there.
fan fiction. It's fine.
Bible fan fiction,
pretty much. Yeah. There's a guy that just went through and kind of annotated all the different parts where it is directly lifting from the Bible in its most parts.
So I guess that was my question because I've never read it. I thought that it was, I guess I don't know what I thought it was. Was it meant to be an addendum to the Bible?
It was meant to be a continuation or
a continuation.
Or just like I guess an addendum works where it was like, okay, the Bible takes place in Jerusalem and all that stuff. This is what was happening with the followers as they traveled to the Americas, but then it was debunked that they were of the ancestry that they thought they were and all this stuff. So, like, it's just Joseph Smith was a huge shyster, is what it comes down to.
Why does anybody bother trying to debunk religious texts?
Well, when it comes to the Book of Mormon, they were saying that people from Jerusalem left and then were sent to the Central Americas by God, and that's who ended up being the Native Americans. And then it's not even that they were trying to debunk it; they're just like, no, Native Americans are more. They came from Asia. Like
Native Americans.
Came from Asia.
Well,
some of them across the Bering Strait, and other ones from Asia.
Well, no, but that's where they came. They came from like Mongolia, and
to settle the Americas.
Well, that's just like the natural. We're talking about over hundreds of thousands of years here.
Yes.
Like the natural, like the way that we're all traced back to Africa. The Native Americans migrated from Asia to America, not from Jerusalem.
I see.
Or Israel, like Mormons were trying to pass off.
So had this been written as like a sequel to the Bible? Or just as this guy goes?
A component of it.
Okay.
And it just, supposed to like.
But it incorporates passages that were in.
Yeah. And like that's like, it's a mess. It's a terrible book.
It's a mess. All right.
I mean, neither. Well, also, like that one was written by a white dude in the 1800s. The biblical texts are a compilation of all this stuff that they mush together and go, now this is the Bible. So, it's like there's a guy on, what is his name, on TikTok, and he is incredible when it comes to the actual history of all the works that the Bible, the Book of Mormon, all this stuff is pulled from. Let me see if I can find him real quick.
Because the cover says another testament of Jesus Christ.
Right, yeah.
All right.
I mean, it's supposed to, like I said, it's supposed to be.
But he's not in it.
Oh, he's in it.
Jesus is in it?
Yeah, after he's resurrected.
But they just put him in situations?
He flies on over.
Like he trips over an ottoman?
No. He flies over to the Americas after he's resurrected.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Because he says in the Bible, he says, I have other flocks that are not of this fold. And so then he's supposedly just like kind of flying around. Do you remember the episode of The Simpsons where Homer fights Drederick Tatum and Moe's his manager?
Yes.
And then he
flies him out of the arena at the end?
Yeah. And then Moe, there's a montage of Moe flying around the world saving people from floods or putting out fires with the fan. He was doing all this fan man stuff. That's basically what the Mormons were saying that Jesus did after he was resurrected in America, that he's visited people in...
He was flying around saving people.
Saving people and just,
like literally flying?
I mean, getting around. I don't know how he's getting... I don't know.
How else would you get around back then?
I don't know if he had like a cape or like his
He might have been
hair.
just... I don't know. It's he was getting there. He was getting where we needed to go. Somehow.
Simpson's manager has flown into the ring and is airlifting him out. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever dignity remained in boxing is literally flying out the window.
Are you an angel?
Yes, Homer, I'm an angel. All us angels wear Farrah slacks.
Well, you stopped the fight. Won't everyone be mad at you?
Let them be mad. The only thing that matters to me is you're safe.
No!
Uh-huh. Farrah slacks. All right, well, there you go. Whatever happened to Farrah slacks? I went to college with her, and I never saw her again. Yeah, okay. Well, this particular school district out there by Salt Lake City is removing copies of the Bible and the Book of Mormon from their elementary and middle school libraries, citing all of the inappropriate content for children of that age. It's all part of the JCU. Mike from Parma says all the pious superheroes are all in one book, the Jesus Christ universe. Well, that's pretty good.
Let's see if I can find this guy. I can never remember his name.
I want to believe Joseph Smith is still wanted for murder in Ohio. Oh, yeah?
They're not going to get him.
You know what? I have a feeling he fooled you all by dying ahead of being apprehended. Well, that's a bummer. Listen, I think that if there's anything to be said about... what are you looking for? Are you looking for a guy who's...
I'm looking for this historian guy on TikTok that he just talks, but too many people on TikTok now.
Oh, I see.
I can never remember his name.
Also in Utah, by the way, there is an organization that is, I guess you could say that they're beating their swords back into plowshares, as it were. And the Gun Violence Prevention Center of Utah is collecting unwanted firearms and turning them into garden tools. Right? I don't know how they're doing that. If they're melting them down and hammering. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how they're doing that.
It's a great alternative to selling them for people that just don't want their guns to possibly be out on the street.
It's a way to make sure that we are forging peace in society, and we see that this is a means of preventing gun violence.
Collecting unwanted firearms. Yeah, you know how many of those we have. Unwanted firearms, and turning them into gardening tools there in the great state of Utah. Officer, I just was shot by my hoe. Well, that happens a lot out there, sir. I don't know what you want me to do about it. So, yeah, I'm maybe they melt them down or they cut them or I don't know. There's some organization that will turn the guns into spades and then you can purchase them online. Spades or mattocks. You know, like a you know what a mattock is? It's like a pickaxe. So it's got a long handle. So maybe they're just taking these guns and they're maybe wrapping the barrel or something and I don't know. I certainly hope that they unload them before they turn them into gardening tools.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
You think they just go, hey, guys.
This is your new home protection.
Check it out. That's right.
Keep the chipmunks out.
Yep. Protect yourself with a mattock. Enjoy that.
An automatic. Am I right?
Automatic. Did it. Well, congratulations to the people there in Utah. And 10,000 people in Australia playing kazoos. Our own Bill Squire has mentioned on more than one occasion his love for the venerable kazoo.
I just said I wanted to learn it last year, and I did.
You didn't.
I did. All you have to do is hum it, and I did it.
You made it.
That's what kazoos do.
He didn't say he wanted to master it. He said he wanted to learn it. And I would imagine it's not hard to learn.
Yep.
Can you breathe?
I
Then I believe you've just learned the kazoo.
Mm-hmm.
As you probably know by now, Melbourne hosted a 10,000-person kazoo.
God, the voice. And I used to love it. I don't know what happened. You know.
As you probably know by now, Melbourne hosted a 10,000-person kazoo event for free. You got given a free kazoo, and basically you were encouraged to make a rocket.
Is the kazoo an Australian instrument? It must be, right? It feels like a distant cousin of the didgeridoo. And it also sounds like an Australian word. Was it invented in Australia?
No idea. Aussie Mayor here for the invention of the kazoo. I don't know if you know this, but we have many museums dedicated to the kazoo and its kazooists.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah, kazooists.
Oh, kazooists.
Or kazooa.
Oh.
Depending on your age. And 0 to 10 is a kazooist. Anything 10 and older is a kazooa. And it was invented in 1915 by Donald Kazooin.
Donald Kazooin.
And
wow. I love learning this stuff. I love it.
And that's why we have festivals dedicated just to Donald.
Donald Kazooist. The 101st annual Donald Kazooist.
No, it was Donald Kazooin.
Kazooin, okay.
Kazooin. You are
I know.
No.
Donald Kazooin.
Kazoo Club. After the event, kazoos on the tram, kazoos in the club, Kazoo Club Unite. It was also a bar.
All right. Donald Kazooin.
Donald Kazooin.
John of Kazooin?
Donald.
John, I think we're saying the same thing. Donald Kazooin.
Is that like Bonald?
Yes. Like Bonnie.
My mother's full name?
Donald.
Bonald, yes. Well, I hate to burst your bubble, but that is not the history of the kazoo at all. Because I looked it up.
Where are you getting our information?
Well, just the comment, I thought for sure they were going to say that it was an Australian thing because kazoo sounds like some goofy Australian slang. And it's so really devoid of charm that I thought maybe it would be something born from the outback. But the real story is even better. It is an American instrument. It's claimed that an African-American man in Macon, Georgia, named Alabama Vest, invented the kazoo around
Donald.
1840. Not Donald Kazooin. Alabama Vest. That's fantastic. Man, that's good. Wish Poundcake wasn't already taken. I would rename him Alabama Vest. Not to be confused with Alabama Shakes. What a great song.
Stupid song.
What are you talking about? Brittany Howard's a genius.
There must be someone up above. Say, come on,
You'll be happy to know she's 34 now.
come on now. You got
Now, I don't know what she's doing now because I'm pretty sure she left Alabama Shakes, but Alabama Vest, if you named your band that, people are like, what a great name. Where did that come from? The inventor of the kazoo. But your band doesn't have a kazoo in it. Nevertheless, we used to be a band called Jonald Kazooist. Kazooin? Jonald Kazooin.
God,
I'm
Ellen,
sorry.
You don't listen to the show.
I can't listen to that Australian accent for
'Cause
long
it's-
periods of
'cause
time.
it's perfect?
Because yours is perfect, yes. But Alabama Vest. All those old-timey names. Unfortunately, those were names just given to slaves, so they had nothing to do with it, you know? All those strange names were just kind of plopped on them. But you could do a hell of a lot worse than Alabama Vest. You'd be named Les Meetings. You can walk around with that all day long. That's no fun. Yeah, I got a break. We're going to talk to comedian Pete Holmes around 3:30. He's doing Saturday and Sunday night at Hilarities. 2 shows per night. I don't think I've talked to Pete Holmes in a long time. Later on, we're going to catch up with our buddy Don Jameson. He's doing the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls this weekend. I will have another key for the Buzzard bike for you. You got 3 of those every day. One of them is going to fire this puppy up. Brand new Harley. A little after 4:30 for that. And we'll get the Poundcake Sports Break later on, too. If you want to text for anything, 35192 or hit us up at alancoxshow.com.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just
games ever, and they've been around a long time. So it's understandable that but I always did think that it was funny that to the owners, and this is why it's such a cash grab, because to the owners, the solution to a bad team is a new stadium.
Yeah.
Not buying yourself a bunch of killer players.
No, it's like when you paint a house that's haunted. Hopefully
Right.
The ghost leave.
Is that true? If you paint a house that's haunted?
Mm-hmm.
Whew. I've never heard that. Now, again, I don't believe in ghosts, but I'm curious what the thought process is.
Ghosts are allergic to paint?
Is that what it is? The fumes? Do the fumes knock them out?
The
Or
light.
do you disorient them to where they show up and they go, I don't live here.
I
My
live in
house
a
is
greenhouse."
is green.
Yeah. Mhm.
Oh.
Did you ever see that documentary about when they tried to move the baseball team out of Cleveland?
No, I didn't.
You
What
didn't?
is that called?
The only thing that they had left to do was win the whole damn thing.
I
And the whole
did
city
not.
rallied around the team and they won the World Series. You
What
didn't
is
see
that called?
Major League.
I've never seen that movie.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
You're not just going along with my bet. You've literally never seen Major League.
Mm-mm.
Oh, well, that's why you didn't think the joke was funny.
Bill, you've seen that movie.
Many times.
Did you think the joke was funny?
I thought it was very, very sad.
Very sad. Very sad. It was said.
It was a very sad.
It was articulated.
It happened?
It happened. And okay. So the Indians in Major League, the Indians win the World Series.
Yes.
Is that the denouement of that movie? They're like,
'cause-
yeah, hey. I mean, I kind of know the beats of it, but
Yeah, that would
Charlie Sheen's in it.
Yeah,
and,
the mean lady buys a team and wants to sell it because attendance.
The
is
mean
low.
lady.
What's her name? Yeah, she's like a hot mean lady. She's
Okay.
rich.
Yeah, she's the owner of the team. She wants to move. I don't remember the name of her.
I don't remember her name either.
Is it Waylon Flowers and Madam?
Maybe.
Speaking of baseball, Trevor Bauer is in hot water again. Another woman has come forward and said that he was doing all kinds of nasty things to her. She's the fourth person to say he's got some real problems in the boudoir. And of course, he's saying that it's all made up. And if anybody says differently, he'll choke them out. He was cut from the Dodgers. He's playing for a Japanese team right now.
I thought he was playing in Korea, but no. Okay.
Somewhere in Asia, right?
Yeah.
He's not playing over here.
Nope.
He was accused by that woman in Arizona who said that he knocked her up. And then another woman came forward and said that he did some stuff to her too. So I don't know, but the fourth woman to accuse him of sexual assault. He, of course, says it's consensual, and there were a lot of text messages first time around that seemed to corroborate his version of the story, but you never know. The only people who know are Trevor Bauer, Gesundheit, and these four women. Gesundheit.
Goodness, thank you.
Stories about sexual assault are like pollen to Mary.
I'm allergic to
Yep.
beating women.
I understand. It's an awful, awful thing.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not out of the woods yet. Not out of the woods yet. Alan, did you see what's happening at Taylor Swift bathrooms at her shows? Okay, so Friday on this show, I've got Taylor Swift tickets that I'm giving away. One pair. We're going to do it here at the window, and I've told you, as it's Father's Day weekend, this is an opportunity for you dads to either win them for your daughter, wife, whatever permutation of that you want to do, or take them and sell them on the secondary market. That's not my judgment to make. All you'll have to do is come in your best Taylor Swift getup to my studio window, prepare to perform. My 7-year-old will be here to judge, and one person will get tickets for the Taylor Swift show in Pittsburgh on Saturday night. What's happening, according to this person sent me this story, what's happening at the Taylor Swift shows is it is so female heavy in attendance that they've had to repurpose, like everybody's using all the bathrooms.
Mm-hmm.
There's no big long line for the guys. So guys who are at Taylor Swift shows, and I'm talking to whichever one of you dads wins on Friday, you get to sail right past because you're just trying to cop a urinal. And there's a big, long, angry line of women waiting to use the loo. Angry because they're missing the show. You, who you could make a case probably care less about it than your female company, You walk in, have a Waz, walk right back out. So that's what I don't know if they're doing that at every venue. That's what they did at Soldier Field. That's what they have been doing at a lot of these venues, is just repurposing the men's rooms to accommodate all of the women. So something to look forward to if you're the dad who wins here on Friday. And if you want to join us for it, if you want to be one of the people to compete, to come to the window, you can always shoot me an email. And I'll tell you whatever you need to know.
I had to tell my dad that I was a vegan. I'm a new vegan. So this past Thanksgiving, I had to tell him what that meant. I wasn't eating turkey. He goes, Peter, why aren't you eating turkey? I go, well, I'm a vegan. He goes, vegan? I'm like, vegan? Vegan? Just repeat the noise I'm making to you. He's like, vegan? I'm like, yeah, I'm a vegan. I'm from the star Vega. But I told him, this is a complete quote from me and my dad. I go, Dad, it just means I don't eat animal products. Without missing a beat, this is exactly what he said. He goes, so what do you eat all day? Friggin' yogurt? No idea. Couldn't think of one. Couldn't think of one. Like, what do you eat all day? Beef cheek sandwiches? Hippie. No idea where his food comes from.
There's Pete Holmes coming out to his dad as an alien. Am I hearing that correctly, Pete? You had to come out to your father as an extraterrestrial?
You know, that bums me out because I don't know where you got that clip from, but I added a line. You know how it is in show business. These things are works in progress. And my favorite line from that joke is I go, just repeat the sound I'm making. And I didn't do it at the show, but then I go, a chasm could do it. That's my favorite part of it. And it wasn't. It actually bums me out when I watch old clips of myself and I'm like, oh, that was a joke. It's a work in progress. And that's, you know, jokes are never finished. They're abandoned.
Well, here we are. I've already gotten us off on the wrong foot. I never want to bum you out.
Oh, no, you didn't bum me out. I got me off on the right foot because I enjoy my own jokes, so I liked it. But pardon me, for you and for everybody, I wanted to be like, there was the best line. It was missing. The best line was missing.
Right, understood.
Yes.
How are you?
And I'm good. I'm also newly not vegan, which is hard to talk about. I started eating living things again, just killing things.
So explain that to me, because I'm always fascinated. I really am less fascinated by people who become vegan, because I fully understand that. I'm still, I don't eat a lot of meat, but I do like meat. I can't see ever giving it up. But it's the people who return to being carnivores in whatever capacity. That's really fascinating to me.
Ex-vegan. Well, I saw Rick Rubin, you know, Rick Rubin, the music producer, he was talking about it. And he said something that, first of all, I mean, you're right. The thing that's annoying, my friend Kumail said this, what's annoying about vegans is their rights. Everybody loves animals. You know what I mean? Like, it just makes sense to be like, so stop murdering them. Like, okay.
Right.
I will say, having gone back to eating chicken mostly and some fish, the best part of it, obviously I do feel better. It seems to be working with my body. But my favorite thing about it, maybe you'll laugh, is that I judge people less. You know, because when you're a vegan, one of the things that's actually heavy about it, and I'm not even joking, is you go around kind of feeling better than people. And that's a burden on you. It's just a crappy way to feel. I'm not even joking right now. Like, you just go like, I'm watching you eat like a hot dog, and I kind of can't help but think you're a jerk, and it takes a toll on you. That's been the best part, to just kind of going like, look, I get it. It's not great. It's not great. It's just sort of what's happening. But I like that I'm judging less. It makes me a little bit more compassionate.
It's also very interesting to me what lengths people will go to round out the corners. That's where pescatarians came from, right? They didn't want to go all the way, but they're like, well, I don't eat meat, but I'll eat a fish. You know, people don't want to go all the way. So coming back from it was more, for you, it was more of a undoing the mental burden on yourself.
Yeah. Well, I started with fish. That's where I started slipping back. And then I had to call BS on myself, where I was like, they're just swimming chickens. You know what I mean? They're water chickens. And, But we don't care about fish. Like, let's just get honest. We don't care about fish as much as we care about land animals. And it's because we're a land animal. You know what I mean? Like, my dog looks like a cow, but what is a fish? It just looks like a swimming eyelid. So here's how I know I don't care about fish as much as I care about land animals, is if I'm watching, especially if I'm stoned or something, and I'm watching the Nature Channel and lions or something are going to kill a gazelle. I hate it. I don't want to see it. I'm not one of those people. I'll skip ahead. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see the spider stuff. I just want to see, you know, polar bears protecting their young. It's the good stuff. So if a lion is going to kill a gazelle is too much like me. You know, 4 limbs, 2 eyes, head on a swivel. It just looks like me in a costume. So I relate to it more. But a fish, you know, he's got no arms, he's got no legs, he's just down there. I look at him, I look down on fish. I'm like, we evolved. we used to be in there. Right. And we saw the way the wind was blowing, and we grew some legs and we got out of there. You stay in the lake, you get what's coming to you, you dumb fish. So that's where it started. And now I'm just like, I don't know. I can't call it.
Conversely, you know, the gazelle thing, I understand where you're coming from there. Conversely, if you're watching a nature special with a grizzly at the bank of a river and it's just pulling salmon out of the water, your reaction is not, oh, those poor fish. It's look at that majestic land animal feeding himself.
Yes, you don't care at all. You're just like, that is a great bear. That bear is a lucky bear. Yeah, you made my point better than I did. That's exactly my point. But, you know, I get on all fours. You know, I look like a gazelle, but there's no way I can really look like a fish, not without a hefty bag and gluing on some scales, I suppose.
We would be equally as unlucky on the Serengeti if we were running around in that costume.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't have it figured out. People that come on my podcast, especially when I was a vegan, would make the counter argument. And some of the more interesting ones that I would hear. One, everything's alive. Meaning, even if you opt out of eating animals, which I think is noble, I think that's a good thing to do, but you're still not off the hook. We just don't care about the plight of a tomato. We don't care about the plight of vegetables, even though everybody knows this came out in like the 70s. There's data that shows that plants have like survival instincts. Look at any plant that's bending towards the light, you know, when they're in your yard and they like slowly move over towards the light. Similarly, you take out a knife in front of a tomato, I don't know how they measure this. You'd have to ask the people that did the study. But like, it has a fear response. These things want to live. They want to propagate. They want to reproduce. They want to protect their young. Trees in the forest, have you heard about this? There's like the mother tree. It's the tree that started the forest. And if you cut it down, the trees that surround the mother tree will keep the stump of the mother tree alive for decades. As a way of mourning. So what I'm saying is, look, be compassionate, be beautiful, don't do harm in all the ways that you can. But like, we're all sort of in this together. We're in this strange, dualistic, black, white, alive, dead, in, out, up, down system. And there's really no way out of it. There's just varying degrees. So if you're going to eat almonds, right? And I eat almonds, when they harvest almonds, machines harvest almonds, it's sucking up rodents. It's killing rodents. It's killing those, but it's also killing the almonds. It's also killing the bugs. It's also killing a habitat.
Not only that, but not only that, it takes an inordinate amount of water to grow almonds.
Yes. This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think there's a higher perspective, and it's not pretty, and it'll never be popular. But you have to come to terms with the fact that we're living in a reality that isn't harmless. That isn't, it's not an Apple store. It's not a perfect flushing toilet at the airport. It's messy. It's strange. We're all doing the best we can. So like, anything you can do to just be compassionate to whatever people are eating, especially what they're eating, because what you're eating is tied to your parents. It's tied to your childhood. It's tied to love and safety. And I'll say, I was a vegan for 9 years. It was exhausting to kind of go around and be like, you know how they get eggs, right? And like,
like you're constantly, every time you're hanging out with friends, it's like you're perpetually giving a TED talk.
And buddy, somebody had a joke about that. They were like, the reason why vegans are pissed off is because it's a choice you have to make 3 times a day. People are eating 3, usually more, 5 times a day. So 5 times a day, you're faced with it. And 5 times a day, you're at a meal where people are like, why are you eating, you know, why are you eating plain bread or whatever? And it's just sort of like, it's exhausting. And I'm not saying I'm right. If any vegans are listening, like really, I salute you. I'm just reporting that since and you mentioned you have a daughter, I have a 4.5-year-old, something about having a kid and sort of watching her, you know, she was drinking formula and I'm like, well, this is milk and I'm giving my daughter milk and now I'm going easier. Then they don't finish their pizza. Now I'm eating her pizza. You know, it started doing something that was actually kind of beautiful, which was I started taking myself less seriously in every way imaginable.
Yeah. And she enabled
Did you have that experience? Yeah, she just made me, she enabled, I'm blaming her. It's your fault, Leela. Daddy was a beautiful saint. And now, but you know, like when you have a kid, everything shifts. And one of the things that shifted for me, or I guess I should say, I realized I had all this energy to attack issues and consider things that now that I sleep so much less and I'm constantly pushing her on a swing or picking her up or taking her ballet, like now I'm just sort of like, give me the friggin' chicken. I'll eat the chicken. You know what I mean?
Yeah, your priorities are laser focused, whereas before they were kind of varied and diverse. You know.
That's right. That's right. And there's nothing better for a comedian, you know, and you guys are in show business too. It's like, it's so beautiful when our job is to deliver ourselves and to present our personalities. Having a daughter is the healthy. It's not why I did it. It was an expression of love, obviously. But I've noticed that it's like, it's so balancing. I can't say every comedian should do it, but for me, it's brought me back to reality and made me just so much more connected to life.
Can you name
pirates? You know.
Can you name specifically the comedians that shouldn't do it?
They shouldn't have kids.
I mean, it's 90% of us, that's for sure. I mean, we're a weird species. I started to make it the comparison I always make is pirates. We sail around, we go from port to port, and we're not ravaging the land, but we travel around. We live this alternative lifestyle. We're up while other people are sleeping. We sleep while other people are working. We're a bizarre group. And I'm one of those people, you know, I'm doing these shows at Hilarities in Cleveland, and I'll be performing on Father's Day. Right there. That's weird, right? Shouldn't I be?
Yep.
Shouldn't I be at home?
Yeah.
Getting OJ in bed?
Daddy's got to work.
And you know what? But the beautiful thing is, you know, it's not the king of queens over here. My wife isn't going like, oh, brother.
Right.
She knows. She knows I'm an alien in certain ways, and we found this beautiful balance. And my friends that are like, aren't you bummed that you have to work on Father's Day? And I'm like, no, that's a beautiful Father's Day for me. I mean, I regret that I won't be able to see Leela on that day, but she doesn't know.
Right.
She doesn't even know it's Sunday. So drop the story. Be happy that you have to work for 60 minutes a day. Like, what do I have to complain about?
It's not like but when you're a dad, you close your eyes and you envision her standing there with a handmade card drenched in tears because she has to wait to give it to you, and that's not really what's going on.
That's not what's going on at all. My daughter, it's so cute. She already goes like, I go like, I'm going away this weekend, and she goes, you're gonna go make people laugh? I'm like, yep, that's what I do.
Fingers crossed. If it all goes well, that's what's going to happen. That's the idea.
Baby, it's been over 20 years. That's done. Either if they're terrible and they don't laugh, that's on them.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. So Pete Holmes?
Honestly, that's on them.
Pete Holmes is at Hilarities. Those two shows are Saturday and Sunday. 2 shows Saturday, 2 shows Sunday. Are you running a new hour? Are you filming all this, or what's happening?
Yeah, I am running a new hour. I'm really happy with it. It actually works out for Father's Day because there is a lot of stuff about being a dad, having a baby in the lockdown. She's 4.5 now, so it kind of spans.
Yeah.
The lockdown started, I was in Cleveland when, remember Trump gave the speech that was like, okay, looks like this is serious and we all have to go home. I was in Cleveland the night before my shows when that happened, and I ended up flying home. Obviously, because do you remember that? Like state by state?
Yes, I vaguely, they started canceling basketball games, and then it was, I vaguely remember you being in the area. Yeah.
Pete, I walked past their shirts that you have at Hilarities a billion times.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're just in the hallway there. They're like waiting for you.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be such a triumphant weekend to finally have you, like, it's kind of the signal of the end of the pandemic is the guy that was supposed to be there is finally back.
Coming back to perform.
Yeah.
It is. It was. It was that for me, Cleveland was the beginning of the pandemic. And I remember walking around downtown Cleveland. Obviously, everybody like didn't know what to do and just went inside. So I walked around, you know, like the beginning of Vanilla Sky or like a apocalypse movie.
Yeah.
Everybody was just gone, and I was like, "What is this?" And it was so weird to bookmark Cleveland as the beginning of that experience. But there is something really beautiful and full circle about coming back and reclaiming it. And honestly, and isn't this just how life works? That hour that I was going to do in Cleveland all those years ago is now, you know, 10 times better. But I was ready to film it. So it got disrupted, but then all the shows that I did in the 2 years since then have made it my favorite hour that I've ever done. So I'm like, oh, you know, there's a silver lining there for me.
Well, listen, I always like catching up with you. You're still my favorite Batman. And and
my daughter likes those too.
Yeah. Pete Holmes is back in Cleveland, signaling that our national pandemic nightmare is finally over. The Where We Were tour, or Where Were We tour, rather. Pete Holmes is going to do 2 shows on Saturday and Sunday, right around the corner here at Hilarities. You go to pickwickandfrolic.com for the details. The podcast is You Made It Weird. And best of luck out there, pal. Good luck with the family, and welcome back to Cleveland this weekend, and we'll catch up with you down the road.
I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for having me on and getting the word out. And if it's easier, there's a link at PeteHolmes.com.
PeteHolmes.com. There you go. Thanks, pal.
I don't even know what Pickwick is. Thank you, guys.
All right, take care. All right, there's Pete Holmes. I got to take a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. With a gleam in his eye, a grin on his beak, and a glorious golden mullet blowing in the wind, the Buzzard rides. Win the Buzzard's Bike, a 2022 custom Harley-Davidson fit for the Buzzard himself, can be yours. Listen to Rover's Morning Glory between 7:30 and 8 for your first chance to win a key. And to find out when Stansberry and the Alan Cox Show will hook you up later that day. With more ways to win at WMMS.com. Win the Buzzard's Bike from Budweiser and Buzzard Radio, 100.7 WMMS.
one, get one 50% off footwear. Shop for summer style and save at your Dick's Sporting Goods warehouse sale stores in North Olmsted and Bainbridge.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos, Tequila, and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Our phone operators are standing by with their thumbs up their asses, waiting for you to call. So call.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Saw a werewolf with a Chinese menu in his hand, walking through the streets of Soho in the rain. He was looking for the place called Lee Ho Fooks, gonna get a big dish of beef chow mein. Werewolves of London.
Poundcake's always adding to pop culture in whatever way he sees fit. You never know where it's going to come from, but you know that it's going to be amazing. And, of course, the late, great Warren Zevon, just when I didn't think anything could improve on his work.
It took me a minute to figure out who that was. I was like, who is that? It was me. That doesn't sound like me.
Yes, it
But that is you,
It doesn't sound
homie.
like me.
I don't know what to
does.
tell you. I mean, you don't think you normally sound like that when you're randomly making wolf noises? Is that what you're saying?
I guess I don't make wolf noises often enough.
That's what I'm saying. Guardians lose in San Diego last night, 6-3 was the final. They'll play the Padres again tonight, 9:40 from San Diego. Here on MMS. Devotion to accuracy, by the way, they did not win the World Series in Major League.
Yes, they did.
I've never even
No, they
seen the
didn't.
movie, and you guys are
I didn't hear that
jamming me
part.
up
No, I
here.
didn't say
No,
that they won the World Series.
they won.
They won the division.
They won the series. They won the pizza series.
All right.
You don't like that? Come on. What's the matter with that? Got to be a little big baby about it.
I'm not a big baby. You're playing baby sounds.
That's a baby sound?
I feel like this. Yeah, that's exactly how I sound as a baby.
Mm-hmm. All right.
What, bitch?
Let me sound like that, too. There'll be a Poundcake sports break a little bit later on. There is no new Poundcake podcast. Is that correct?
Correct.
You're back on hiatus?
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to find the time. I'm recording something tomorrow, but it'll be posted next week.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just
Can you give us a little teaser about what you'll do tomorrow?
Poundcake hot takes.
Poundcake hot takes.
So just a bunch
I feel
of
like it's come full circle. Isn't that kind of how it started?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have a guest, so that's why I'm mainly doing, because not that I can't do it alone, I just have more fun, and I want to have fun doing the podcast too.
Well, that was going to be my next question. Are you tiring of the podcast?
No, I'm not tiring of it. I want to try a different way because I enjoy having a guest. I enjoy another person's energy. Sitting in a room by myself talking, yeah, I can do that all day, but I mean, I do that in my off time. I don't want to do it. Just
You talk to yourself in your off time.
yes,
Why don't you record that?
because I don't want to.
You don't want to just run voice notes on your phone when you're talking to yourself?
No. It's private. I'm telling myself secrets.
Okay. Alan, I could listen to Poundcake making a wolf noise for the entire show. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Woof or wolf?
A woof.
Wolf noise.
Woof noise.
Well, potato, potato. I say wolf. You say whatever you want. Alan, I know Mary sells foot picks. I was wondering, does she also allow people to pay to rub her feet?
No. We did talk about this the other day. I have not done
No
any
physical
in-person
contact, no in-person
sessions, nothing of the sort. But I did
Yeah, shoe update?
receive a pair of shoes.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That's a bad bitch right there.
Got a pair of my Tory Burch sandals. They are.
And they came as advertised. Those
As
are a couple
advertised.
$100, right?
Like $120.
Uh-huh.
As advertised, they are very basic, very thin, hard plastic. But I don't know if maybe they need to be broken in or if, I don't know what. I've never bought this brand or style of sandal before, and they are not so comfortable.
Well,
For
I'm
being
sure that
$120.
I'm sure they need to be broken in, right?
But it's like the material, it's like hard plastic
Mhm.
is what it feels like. And the guy asked me, he was like, "Do you love them? Are they comfortable?" I said, "They look really cute. I think they maybe just need to be broken in. I've never bought this style of sandal before." And then I got another delivery notice today that a second pair was delivered. So I got to go by the P.O. box tomorrow and pick those ones up.
Do you feel differently knowing that you're wearing the sandals of the 88th most powerful woman in the world?
I do not. Should I?
I was just asking.
Is she 88th most powerful woman?
Tory Burch, according to Forbes magazine, she's the 88th most powerful woman in the world. It's why she's twice divorced.
She should make more comfortable sandals then.
I have a question.
What?
Yeah, go ahead.
What qualifies someone as a prostitute?
Sex for money.
But what if they get a sexual kink by just doing non-sexual things?
Do they get money for it?
Yeah, like if someone
He's
was
asking
to,
if I'm a prostitute.
No, I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying if someone
No, he's telling you you're a prostitute.
if someone is offering to rub your feet, that is not sexual in the terms of intercourse. But if that is their kink,
Like it's sexual to them.
It's
I don't
sexual
think I don't think anyone would consider a prostitute someone who's rubbing people. That's called a massage therapist.
getting
That's
their
not a-
feet rubbed
Like
is
if
what I'm
I
saying.
let a guy rub my feet
And
for
he's getting off
$5,000,
it. Yeah.
Yeah,
am
that,
I a prostitute?
I consider prostitution to involve penetration.
I agree.
okay.
Because there's nothing inherently sexual about it for me. You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right.
I have a girlfriend who
And you never had this guy rub your feet.
yeah, maybe. Who knows? I have this girlfriend who she has a very large nose, and there's a guy who DM'd her on Instagram and was like, "I toss off to your videos. Big noses are my thing.
Wanna see you smell
like,
things?
Basically, he's like, send me a
He
video.
wants you smell things.
He said, send me a video of you like rubbing your nose around. I want to see you poking it and pushing at it and stuff
How did
like
he
that.
find? Is she on OnlyFans?
No, she's a comic. So he found. I don't know if he found her. She's had several videos go real
Is
viral.
she self-conscious about her nose?
I don't know. That I don't know.
You never
But
asked?
She posted something about it on her story, and I replied, and I was like, hey, this dude just straight up told you he's already using your videos for that. He offered you $200 to make him a personal video. I was like, take this man's money. Like, what are you doing?
Right.
And she was like, I don't know. It was basically the same conversation you guys had with me at the beginning, where I was like, it's weird if they're using it for sex. And I was like, they're using it for sex anyway. Like, they're going to do it anyway. And she was like, well, what if it leaks and it like ruins my job as maybe a writer? And I was like, what is this guy going to leak your video? He goes, look at this completely
this?
non-sexual
Yeah.
video of a girl rubbing her nose. What a whore.
That's
You
the
know what
best
I
case
mean?
scenario is if it's a
Yeah.
one-way street.
That's what I told her. I said, there's really no down, unless you feel so uncomfortable, you're the one in charge, obviously. But she's like, yeah, it's got my face in it. I was like, but you're not doing anything. You're literally a video of you touching your nose.
But you didn't do the business suit thing because you didn't want your face in anything.
Right, and that's what I told her. I said,
Better
if
set
you're
some
worried
boundaries,
about
yeah.
it leaking or whatever, you're not really doing anything.
He
So
probably
that's
wants
up
her
to you.
nose to leak. Yeah,
Ew, he
get that
might,
nose
to be
runny.
honest with you. But I wouldn't, it's definitely sex work. I wouldn't consider it prostitution.
Right.
You know?
What's the line? What's
She
I was-
she
Having
only
sex
does
with a person, yeah.
But you just said it's sex work.
But
she only
OnlyFans
does
is sex
nasal.
work.
Okay.
Any type of selling pictures for a sexual purpose is sex work.
Okay.
Or even texting guys or, findom, like any of that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
it is interesting as far as the nose goes, how some people want nothing. They immediately go, like girls in high school, right? If the family has the means to get the nose job. And other people don't. They just rock it.
Yeah.
Even if you're self-conscious, you might not have the means to do it. And you get so used to seeing nose jobs and they all kind of have clearly picked from the same page of the nose job catalog. They all have that real thin kind of, There's a French porn star named Arabelle Raphael who is super curvy, giant jugs, covered in tats. She has a real big nose. And it's not off-putting, but it kind of takes you by surprise only because so many girls in that industry want to get a very specific look in the face. Now, whether she goes down that path at
What's
some
her
point.
name?
Arabelle Raphael.
Arabelle.
Yeah. She'll show up on like a lot of alt porn sites and things like that. But she has a big nose. Big nose.
As soon as I put it into Google, it said safe search is off.
Right.
Well, that's not really what I'm looking
Well, she is the Grip Reaper. So,
Hmm.
hey, Dick.
Happy Flag Day! We celebrate the Stars and Stripes forever, and may God bless America, right?
Oh, I'll tell you what. Hold on, Dick. Let me think about this for a second here. Appropriately.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars were
Put your hand over your heart, Dick, will you?
gallantly there, as the rockets were there, and the twilight's last gleaming, and the rockets' red glare were so gallantly there. Burst stripes were all there, and the rockets were there.
Anything like that, Dick? Do you guys play to anything like that?
Yeah, we, this is you're not going to believe this, but
You're probably right.
I played last night. I don't know if you've got many McDonald's in Cleveland, but the manager called me, and I.
Dick, McDonald's is pretty widely known as being a pretty ubiquitous retail establishment, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And they've got kids' night every Tuesday night, and the manager called me about a week ago, and I went up there with my little uke, and I switched to mandolin, and I was playing songs like Polly Wolly Doodle, Insty Bisty Spider. I've been working on the railroad, and I would.
Did you say the Incy Bincy Spider?
Yeah.
What is it? What's the song?
It was itchy. The kids wanted to hear it. It's a kid's song, and I got the book over by where I used to work. It's half-price books. They have, like, all the CDs, and they've got records. They've got books for sale, and they've got a lot of, of the old stuff.
Do they have a lot of CDs?
They have millions of CDs.
Do they have CDs nuts?
No. But I just thought, hey, Bill, hey, Mary, happy Flag Day.
Happy Flag Day.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't decide what to play. I'm playing so much now. It's got to be either the mandolin or uke, but I just take them both places now and switch off. So I do like the ukulele. It's quite an interesting instrument. It's tuned A-E-C-G, and then the mandolin is E-A-D-G.
Thank you, Dick. I'd rather hear Coco Taylor, the queen of the Chicago Blues, sing Wang Dang Doodle than
Incy Bincy Tighter?
Incy Bincy Piter, or whatever he was saying for Flag Day. Thank you, Dick. I appreciate it. Them stars and stripes up there. And yeah, I mean, 4th of July, that's probably, man, Dick's pants are going to get pretty tight on the 4th of July, right? I mean, it's like a big day for what he does, right? Those kind of boater hat bands. It's going to be huge. What do you think Wang Dang Doodle is about, Bill? Any idea? Wang Dang Doodle.
An Asian immigrant?
Alan, there's totally BJ-only prostitutes. I used to know one. Of course, they don't make nearly as much money as full sex ones.
Step their weight up.
But they exist.
Don't be all sedity.
But that's still insertion,
It is insertion. That's right.
you know?
It's penetration.
All right, so is foot job or a HJ, is that?
It's not penetration.
It's not penetration.
I mean, you're
It is a form of sex,
creating
though.
kind of like
If you're,
a
I think
ball.
it's if you create an emission.
I don't know, man.
Creating a mission.
I'm not doing any of that. I don't do any in-person anything.
Yeah, we've
No-
walked a long road here to come fully around to the fact that none of it matters because Mary doesn't do that stuff.
And we came to the conclusion on air a couple days ago, $500,000.
Yep.
I would do that.
Yep.
I'd let a listener suck on my toes. And what was
and
it, Bill?
I get.
No, you suck on them for $100,000.
No. You suck on mine for 100.
I'm not going anywhere near your feet.
I thought that was the thing.
No,
that
it
somebody
was
would
you-
buy all your albums or something.
Someone
like
said
that.
they would buy all 5,000 of
1,000.
my albums if you.
No. It was for you to suck on my toes.
I know. I thought it was the other way around.
Nope. You to suck on Bill's
Yeah.
toes. Therein lies the comedy.
I'll throw up, dude. What if I puke? Do I have to lick the
You
puke
still
off?
make a
That's
lot
why I
of
was.
money.
That's why I was surprised you were so amenable to it when it first got brought up.
I thought it was the other way around.
No, it's. What's the math on that? The $100,000.
If it's
basically.
70-30,
Yeah.
I'm taking 70,
And I'm getting 30.
which you shouldn't even get 30, to be honest with you.
You made the deal, lady.
Because I thought it was the other way around.
Well, the deal's the deal.
Okay.
Suck my toes.
You're so gross.
Well, now you've been apprised of the deal, and should you choose to accept it, which it doesn't sound like you will.
Suck my toes and give me my 30 grand.
That's
You want to
not-
suck my toes for $70,000?
I would.
Okay, good.
How long?
They're
What,
only a
till
couple
I'm
inches,
done?
probably. Till I'm done.
No, I can't do that. You're not allowed to finish. That's the rule.
That's only going to make me finish faster, baby.
Those toes better stay dry the whole time.
Something wrong with you.
Don't tell me I can't, because I will.
Didn't even want to until you told me I couldn't do it. All right, I got to take a break. I'll have WWE Raw tickets for you on the way back. That's at the Romo Fijo on Monday night, so you'll only have to wait a few days. The flagship event with the WWE back here in Cleveland on Monday night. 440, little ways away, I'm going to have the next key that hopefully will fire up that Buzzard bike for you. So be around for that. You want to text for anything else, 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Gross and shocking. You ready?
Rock. Money! The worlds collide. And Alan Cox.
It makes you gurgle and you get that thick spit.
Your FM home of the Guardians.
This building will shake.
100.7
WMMS.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to Las Vegas.
2 nights.
September 22nd and 23rd.
1 stage.
At T-Mobile Arena.
Streaming live. Only on Hulu.
A weekend full of superstar performances.
Never seen before collaborations.
And once-in-a-lifetime moments you'll have to see to believe.
iHeartRadio.
Capital One cardholders can grab their iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets right now before anyone else. Tickets are only available while pre-sale tickets last or until Friday, June 16th at 1 p.m. Eastern.
Don't miss.
Foo Fighters.
Fall Out Boy.
Kelly Clarkson.
Kane Brown.
Lil Wayne.
Lenny Kravitz.
Miguel.
Public Enemy.
Sheryl Crow.
Tim McGraw.
TLC.
30 Seconds to Mars.
And that's not all. Add a Capital One Access Pass to your pre-sale purchase to attend an exclusive pre-concert event with a private performance from Fall Out Boy. Only available during the cardholder pre-sale. Pre-sale tickets are limited and will go fast. So visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One to buy now.
And we'll see you at our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Festival.
From the Mr. Hero Taste You Crave Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly to mostly sunny skies for the rest of your Wednesday with highs close to 70. Partly cloudy tomorrow with showers developing later in the day, highs in the 70s.
This report is sponsored by Dunkin'. This summer, Dunkin' is shaking things up with even more iced drinks to love, like the new Raspberry Watermelon Dunkin' Refresher. Try it and all the Dunkin' Refreshers, iced coffees, cold brews, and lattes this summer. America runs on Dunkin'. Price of participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Rosetta Stone, where language is learned. RosettaStone.com.
If car designers can make cars look like anything, why are there so many boring cars? Why not a car that looks like an ancient sword? Or the future? The sky isn't even the limit at Nissan. Why be boring when you can make a katana blade slice through traffic? That's the Nissan Z. Or something from the future whizzing by. And that's the Aria. Nissan. We design for thrill. 2023 Aria has limited availability. See dealer for financing details.
Is sports betting about to become way more fun? You bet! The BetParx app has a brand new sports book. Live betting and parlays? You bet. Quick deposits, incredible promos? You bet. The BetParx Sportsbook app. New users with a first bet of $10 or more get $125 in sportsbook bonus bets. Fast signups, fast withdrawals? You bet. BetParx.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 and located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Ohio. New users and winning bets only. Terms and conditions apply. Sports bonus bet must be wagered once. See website for details. In Ohio, offered by Parks Interactive Ohio Inc.
It's Ram season. Hurry in now for great deals on the trucks that are built to serve. And now, well-qualified lessees get a low-mileage lease on the 2023 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4 for $489 a month for 36 months with $3,330 due at signing. Tax, title, license extra, no security deposit required. Call 1-877-RAM-5722 for details. Requires dealer contribution, at least through Stellantis Financial. Extra charge for miles over 30,000. Not all customers will qualify. Residency restrictions apply. Take delivery by 7/5/23.
At the Home Depot, we take Father's Day seriously. Why not get doing and give Dad a gift card that gets him out of the house and into new projects? Because the dads who do the most deserve the most, whether he's into woodworking, yard work, or grilling up something for the family. A Home Depot gift card gives your dad the power to get everything he needs to keep doing the most. Shop today for a gift that powers Dad. At the Home Depot, how doers get more done.
If you're a Dunkin' Rewards member, you can get a $3 medium Dunkin' Refresher every day all month long. Not a member? Join on the app. Limit 1 per member per day. Additional charges and terms may apply. Exclusions may apply. Participation may vary. Limited time offer.
There's never been a better time to get that engagement ring or fine diamond jewelry. Right now at Diamonds Direct, our most exciting offer ever. You can get instant savings up to $5,000 off any purchase or enjoy special financing for up to 5 whole years. Either way, you save big. You can't miss this limited time offer. Design your perfect ring and get our most gorgeous and most flexible financing option. Now through June 30th at Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Get details, store hours, and more at diamondsdirect.com on approved credit.
It's time for summer days and summer saves. Find incredible deals on top athletic brands at your Dick's Sporting Goods warehouse sales stores in North Olmsted and Bainbridge. Get out there with up to 70% off summer's top styles. Find deals on thousands of essentials from top athletic apparel and footwear brands, like $15 select tees, tanks, or shorts. Plus, for a limited time, enjoy buy one, get one 50%
Now back to the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Stop.
I saw Pixies are doing Bonnaroo, which they're going to stream on Hulu all weekend. If you can't make it to Tennessee, you can't see everybody else who's playing. If you have Hulu, I guess. Bonnaroo outside Nashville for many, many years now. It is, what's today, the 14th? It's tomorrow through Sunday, and you can stream it live on Hulu if you have it. And the Pixies are playing on the very last night. They're going to play Sunday. Paramore is the Sunday headliner. They were just here. Who else is on Bonnaroo?
I saw Foo Fighters are the Sunday headliner.
I don't see that. I see Paramore, Peach Pit. You could be right, but I don't see that on this. Franz Ferdinand, Pixies, Humphreys, McGee.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the...
Sheryl Crow. Sylvan Esso, 3-6 Mafia.
Whoa.
Portugal, The Man, not the country. And many, many, many more.
Who's Odessa?
That's like a R&B singer, I think.
Okay. They're headlining.
And Wolfpack, great band from Ann Arbor, Michigan, are going to be on Bonnaroo.
Tyler Childers.
Uh-huh.
You can play that Indian song. Everybody's mad. A little Indian, whatever. And bop him on the head, whatever it is.
What?
Oh, Odessa is, I was thinking of someone else. Odessa is like an EDM duo.
Okay.
What did Tyler Childers do?
Well, he was just in town. He didn't play. He's got a song, was it like Little Indian or something? And I don't know it, but I mean,
Feathered Indians.
Feathered Indians, okay. So it's
I
not
don't
the
know that
one
one.
like the little Indians jumping on the bed. That racist song my mom used to sing when I was a kid.
Ours was 12 little
That's
monkeys.
what you get for your 12 little monkeys
Yeah,
jumping
12
on.
little monkeys
Yeah, well,
jumping
it got
on the bed.
updated.
Bill's
One
mom
fell
turned
off
it into-
and bumped
It was Little Indians.
Bill's mom turned it into Indians to make sure they knew their place. Teach them a lesson. It is wild. And granted, it does lean more into anyone who's country-ish that I'm largely ignorant of. It's wild to see these people that I really don't know who they are, and they're just packing out venues.
Oh, Billy Strings, too.
Billy Strings is tonight. I don't know who that is either.
I think that was last night.
Last night?
Or
Somebody hit me up and said, hey, are you going to Billy Strings? I'm like, no, I'm hosting the Funny Bus tonight. I think Billy Strings is tonight at Nautica. But again,
I saw videos of people.
I didn't know who that was either. I didn't know who Tyler Childers was, but I guess he's a big deal. He's like selling out. He sold out Nautica, and everybody's flipping
he's good.
out.
I like Tyler Childers.
Okay.
He's oh, there's the little
What is
Indian
that?
song.
Oh.
I'm like, I knew I didn't think, like, imagine this.
Yeah, ours was 12 little monkeys.
I don't know if it's
But
the
we
same
also
jumping on
did,
the bend, though.
There was another song we knew.
Where they're shooting
five
arrows.
little angels, all dressed in white, trying to get to heaven by the end of a kite. The kite string broke and down they all fell. Instead of going to heaven, they went to 4 little angels. We did that one
Because
too.
you couldn't say HE double hockey stick? Is
Yeah,
that what it
because
was?
then it was like at the end of it, it was like you after the little angels, you did 4 little devils, all dressed in red, trying to get to heaven on the end of a thread.
Hello again. So the song we're going to sing today is called 5 Little Angels. Okay? Very simple, not a repeat after me song. This is another type of song called a catch-along song. And you introduce it. 5 little angels all dressed in white, trying to get to heaven on the end of a kite. But the kite string broke and down they all fell. Instead of going to heaven, they all went to 4 little angels.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So
but then
it's-
you switch it to 5 little devils all dressed in red, trying to get to heaven on the end of a thread. The thread string broke and down they all fell.
What kind of morons think a kite is going to be able to hold 5 of them?
Right. But then at the end of
Religious
the little devil verse, you go like 1 little devil all dressed in red trying to get to heaven by the end of a thread string broke. and
Wait, the
down he
devil's
fell.
trying to get to heaven?
Yes, they want to get out of hell. But the thread string broke and down they all fell. Instead of going to heaven, they went to bed. That's the big ending. They don't get to go to hell. They go to bed.
Okay, I remember this little Indian song. It wasn't jumping on the bed. It's 10 little, 9 little, 8 little Indians, 7 little, 6 little, 5 little Indians,
4 little, 3 little, 2 little Indians,
1 little Indian boy.
That's it?
That was it. Just a little nursery.
It's a real banger.
Yeah.
Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby, what's up?
What up?
Hey, I was listening earlier. I heard Dick from Dayton called.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, and I was going to tell you to quit picking on my dick.
Yeah, she did it, man.
Nailed
it. Woohoo! Nailed it.
From Dayton.
Sue, you still got it. Never
I know,
bet
right?
against Drunk Sue. I'm not picking on Dick. He's a grown-ass man. He can, he's taking up my time. My time's valuable. So he's
Well, sure is mine.
Huh?
You think I like sitting here on hold all the time?
Well,
My time is valuable,
people
too.
pay
I
me
could
for my
send you
time, Drunk Sue. I didn't tell you to hold on there. You hold on at your as long as you can, and if I can get to
Come
you,
on, I had a joke and you just made me forget it.
I hope it was as good as Stop Picking on My Dick from Dayton. Alan.
She got you.
All right, well, she
Roasted.
did. Hashtag boom roasted. All right, well, what do you think? Think about it and tell me what the joke is.
Well, you know what? I can't go back there now. It's just too far gone.
It was so good
I
that
got
you can't
my
even
NRA
conjure it
duffel
back
bag
up.
Today.
Say what?
I got my NRA duffel bag today.
Your NRA duffel bag.
Yeah.
How many box tops did you have to send away for that?
None.
5,000 shells.
Yeah. How did you know?
Mary's on it, boy.
Yeah.
No, me.
All right. Is it a rifle bag or what is it?
No, it's not big enough for a rifle unless you know what I mean. You'd have to take the barrel off.
So
You
how
know
did
what I
you?
mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean. So how did you get the NRA duffel bag? What did you have to buy to get that?
Oh, my yearly thing, you know.
Oh, you're a dues paying member of the National Rifle Association.
Exactly.
I see. You know, that was pretty much all shown to kind of be a scam, right? Sue, you're fine with that?
You know what? I don't care.
You don't care. I mean, it's your money.
I know.
Yeah.
I get my magazine, and then you open up the centerfold. Oh, I can't wait to see the centerfold every year.
Just a naked
every
gun.
month. I mean,
The NRA
Yeah,
magazine is the magazine called Magazine?
I don't know.
Well, you get
No,
it.
it's
I
called
don't.
Shooting.
Is
It's
the
called Shooting.
It's called
But I
Shooting.
can't
Boy, they
wait
get right to the
open up
point, don't they?
middle of it.
Hey, the new Shooting is
It's
out.
like-
So they have a centerfold in the NRA magazine?
Well, yeah, and it shows off the gun of the month or whatever.
Gun
And
of the
I'm like,
month.
Oh, I want that.
Wow. Sue's getting a lady boner over there at with her new
Yeah,
issue
lady
of
boners,
American
man.
Rifleman or whatever she's got.
Ain't nothing wrong with lady boners. Y'all can look at
No.
your penthouse all you want, but I want to see that centerfold in the middle of the Shooting magazine.
Okay, so what is it this month?
I haven't got it yet.
You just got your duffel bag.
I got my duffel bag.
Yeah. When do you expect to
Yeah.
get the I mean, it's halfway through June. When do you get the July issue?
Probably in the next week or so.
Yeah. Do you
Yeah.
tear out the centerfolds like a teenage boy and put them up on the wall?
Nope, I keep them intact. That way you're right there, fresh to look at.
Right. That way you maintain their resale value.
Exactly.
Right. Right. Okay. How old is your oldest one? How far back do they go?
Oh, I don't know. Probably not too far back.
Yeah.
Maybe 5 years, something like that.
Oh, okay. 5 years. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay,
It was
well,
down
good.
at the
Well-
Stark County Fairgrounds. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, what will you carry? I mean, you don't get a duffel every year. I mean, you got 5 NRA duffels floating
you
around?
can get different stuff.
Yep. You opted
But
for the
this time I
duffel
wanted
bag.
The duffel bag. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you
And
always need to carry
it
things
came- but
around,
it came
right?
to my neighbor's house.
Well, maybe they
it
get
came to my
NRA
neighbor's
magazine
house.
too.
Oh, I didn't ask who that little conspicuous little witch.
Okay, so
I
now
wanted
there-
to keep my little
now there's a
magazine.
plot twist in that you might have stolen your neighbor's NRA duffel bag.
No, it had my name on it.
Does it have Drunk Sue stitched into the strap of the duffel bag?
No, because I think they'd frown on that, probably.
Yeah. They have a lot of rules over there at the NRA, don't they? So many rules.
I know.
They love
I mean,
rules.
Rule after rule. What is going on?
Oh, my
around
goodness. They love all the rules. Okay, well, good. Okay, how you doing out there,
love you,
Sue?
man.
All right, love you too. There's Drunk Sue out in Canton.
Sue.
Doing okay, I guess.
Sue.
Well, I certainly hope that we are alerted when down the road, and I certainly hope it's many, many, many years from now. I hope it's long after my tenure here at the Buzzard is over. But I hope that, God forbid, we get bad news about Drunk Sue. I certainly hope that we get it. I hope that we don't have to track it down like we did with Rick. 'Cause that was no fun.
That's kind of
Was it fun?
I mean, like, you know, trying to solve a mystery, right? Mary loves to figure it out.
I do love
Figure
to
'em
figure it
outs?
out. I was against everything you guys did in that.
Why? We were just trying to get.
I know what you were trying to do
Well, if you love the figure amounts, why were you against it? I think it'd be right up your alley.
because I didn't like it. Made me
Why?
uncomfortable.
Oh, well, that's
Going to
life.
randoms, funerals.
You want to
and
do
stuff.
another session
What am I
of
sit
therapy?
with my thumb up my ass and wonder what happened? Or no,
Yeah.
I'm a doer, baby. I'm not a talker. I'm a talker and a doer.
Let's do another session of therapy.
No.
Remember when Rick talked to us from the beyond? He said good night. That was to you too, Mary. Even though you disapproved of my methods.
Of you going to funerals of strangers?
Funeral went to one. And by that, the burden of that was all on me. Didn't bother them. Who would be bothered by another person coming to pay their respect to the deceased?
You didn't know him. You were crashing a
They
funeral.
didn't know that.
You
It was
asked.
calling hours.
I asked one guy. It was calling hours. That's right. I asked one guy.
Anybody can go there.
Hey, is that guy Rick? This is going to sound very strange. And the people were
Very kind about it.
They were very nice because they were happy as any normal functioning person would be. They were happy that I took the time, put on a suit. Wait, you think I showed up in a Bulls cap?
I don't know what you
Put on a suit. I'm telling you. Drove my ass.
But you didn't go to
way
real
past.
Rick's funeral.
Huh?
You didn't go to Rick's funeral.
Because it was at the same
It was
time.
because it was already too late. We didn't know who he was then. We didn't know who he was. And then we found out, and he had already been interred or buried or whatever. So I would have loved to have gone to his funeral. I would have introduced myself to every person at that funeral. I would have said, hey, you're fill in the blank, father, brother, nephew. Was he, imagine I'm the one that jumped on that grenade. Walk into a stranger's funeral and go, hey, did you guys ever call the deceased Devastation by any chance? Was he a boxer? And they're all looking at me like, what? And they were kicking that can down go ask that guy. Okay, I'll ask that guy. Hey, this is going to sound strange. I think I might know the dead guy. Oh, yeah, he's my dad. Oh, great. Just the person I want to talk to. Was your dad in the military? Was your dad ever a boxer? Now, here's the issue with that, is there's a lot that kids don't know about their parents. If somebody were to say to you, was your dad ever fill in the blank, you know what you know, and you don't know what you don't know until you know it.
Hey.
He was never filling.
He was what?
He was never filled. He was never filled.
I thought he was filled all the time. That's why he
No,
got so
that's
big.
the
What
problem.
are you saying?
It never ended. You couldn't fill him in, Alan.
It
is what
never
I'm trying
ended.
to tell you.
I see. All right. Yeah, okay. Hey, Poundcake, who is this?
I don't know.
Hey, Don.
Hey, did
How
I
are you,
win
pal?
the buzzard bike?
No. No buzzard bike. But I'm playing a little Deep Purple for you. I got some Highway Star for you.
Classic stuff, right? I love when you play the newer stuff, Alan. You always have
I
your
know.
pulse on
I'm right on the cutting edge. Don Jameson and Pete Holmes have sounded great on the phone. Boy, it's modern technology.
Well, this is the only press I think I've done in the last 3 years that was not a Zoom call.
Okay.
And that's a very good thing. So I didn't have to I didn't have to shower and blow dry my almost mullet and put cologne on and a green screen and a HD camera and a microphone and all that stuff just to come on and say, hey, I'm at the Funny Stop this weekend. Thanks, Alan. Goodbye.
I'm always whining about it. I'm like, I didn't get into radio to be on camera every day, but it's 2023 and here we are. But
it's not even just press, right? It's like if you're on a text with more than two people, and someone's, we got to talk about this thing, and then I'll send you a Zoom link. Like, no, we can figure out what we want for dinner, right here on the text, and we don't have to see each other to figure this out. Like, we went from not accepting phone calls whatsoever from people and texting only to, I have to see you in person.
Yeah, people were pent up during that time.
Yeah.
Pent up.
So
Don Jameson is at the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls, Friday and Saturday. That's 2 shows a night, if memory serves. That's 7:30 and 9:30.
That's correct, and I'm sort of bummed because there's no Pete this week. He's back in his homeland
man,
for the month of June.
Are they ever going to let him come back here? That's the question. I don't know how great he is at paperwork.
You might be taking over the club there, Don. You tread lightly.
Well, maybe they'll have him zoom in so he can insult the comic from the other side of the world.
Is he Lebanese?
Yeah.
What is Pete? He is. So he's in Lebanon?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Very exciting.
Yeah. But that's part of the fun of doing it. Yeah, as you guys know, is Pete being there and not knowing. He's the Lebanese Don Rickles. You never know what's going to come out of his mouth. But it's going to be insulting.
He's the Rickles of Beirut. So are you? You're just. I was looking at your Instagram. Are you sitting there with a belly full of pickle juice?
Yeah, isn't that now? Let's take a poll. And hi, Mary, and hi, Bill.
Hey.
What's that? Pickle juice, yay or nay? Let's go around the horn here.
Well, by itself, I like it for after a shot of Jameson. I like a pickleback shot. But at pickle juice on its own, I say nay.
Yeah, I'm doing it after a shot, but I'm not drinking pickle juice just as like a beverage.
Don comes in off a bike ride and starts guzzling.
Well, it's got like a ton of electrolytes. And
I
stuff,
know.
Right?
He knows he's smart. Look at this guy. He's in shape, and yeah, he's got all these little life hacks. We're laughing at our own peril at pickle juice.
It sounds like it's more of a container issue for you guys than
it might be
an actual taste thing.
It's more about the predecessor.
What comes first?
Yeah. If it comes after a bike ride, no. If it comes after alcohol, yes.
Okay, well, listen, to each their own. Yeah. And just because you guys are pickle phobes, I still love you, and I still respect.
Only during June.
And it's not Don's fault that he's not drinking while he's having his bike ride. I mean, that would be a real flex. He's just out there with a bottle of Jack Daniels or something on his bike. So how long? Yeah. How often are you out bike riding? You doing big, long bike rides?
Yeah, I did about 12 miles. Yeah. So
12 miles out there in Jersey. Where are you?
That's where I am, Alan. Yes,
wow.
New Jersey. We have more than 12 miles out here.
Hey, that's good to know. I thought for sure that Jersey was only 8 square miles.
Yes. No, I know maybe Pete Holmes can bike 15 miles. I don't know. But for me, 12 miles is the cutoff. You come home, you chug some pickle juice. Life is good.
Yeah. New Jersey is 8,700 square miles. So 12, you've got plenty of room to stretch out and ride wherever you want to ride. Do you have like a normal path that you take, or you try to mix it up and and shake up your muscle memory.
Well, I don't want to get the audience too excited because I'm sure they're fascinated by this, but I live at the beach, so I literally ride down the Atlantic Ocean, and I have a path that I go down and come back over, and it's the only exercise that I enjoy. Now, I exercise a lot, but biking is the only one that I really love. Otherwise, I always say, I hate exercising, but the only thing I hate just a little bit more is not exercising.
Right. And the older we get, the harder it is. You have to work harder to maintain.
That's right. And then you see, this is good. This is like a whole day. You talk to Pete about being a veganism and vegetarianism, and now me with pickle juice and biking. This is a very educational and entertaining show.
This has been a very holistic episode of the Alan Cox Show. I think everybody can really kind of, they can pick and choose what they can really take from this show today.
Oh, well, I hope I can plug my line of essential oils before we get off the phone.
Yeah. All right. Don Jameson's sage. When you move into a new home, just burn some sage and walk room to room. And that's big. So living right there on the ocean, are you concerned about the big El Nino summer, about the hot Atlantic splashing all over you like lava?
No, but there is a good metal band called El Nino, so I'm excited. They're touring this summer, so I'm excited about that.
You be proud of me. I finally got a metal show on MMS, a Saturday night metal show.
I saw that. Are you hosting that?
I am hosting it. Yeah, when we're not preempted by a late baseball game, we're playing 2 hours of metal on Saturday nights.
This is one of the things I love the most about you. Alan is this, erudite, extraordinarily witty guy. He wears a white watch and has a short conservative haircut, and yet he's tweeting about King Diamond and Merciful Fate every other day.
King Diamond is 67 years old today. Happy birthday, King Diamond. Man.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you know what side your bread is buttered. I love it. I've been pitching them a metal show since I walked in here 13 years ago, and finally somebody gave me the green light. It's been a lot of fun. Great time.
And I don't know if you saw that, myself and Jim Florentine and Eddie Trunk, the gang behind that metal show, are doing a new show on the YouTube.
Yes.
Now.
That's awesome. Jim's going to be in here next Friday.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm sure he'll tell you all about it, but it's, it's your usual shenanigans from your favorite three Jersey guys talking rock, and we couldn't use the name, so we came up with That Rocks, which means now there's two shows I've done with these guys that I hate the name of, but regardless.
What would you have called it? What would you have called it?
Well, you got to take the name that's available. It's like, you can't go back to the lawyer 500 times. How about this? And then that's not available. And this is, I would call it, the Buzzard Bike Hour.
There you go. Yep. I believe that might, I hate to break it to you, that might also be taken. I'll have to consult our legal people. But, well, you guys truly are the triumvirate in heavy metal, Don. You and Florentine and Edward R. Trunk. You guys really are. You guys are the gold standard for that. So I operate in your shadow.
Well, as soon as I look up the word triumvirate, I'm going to enjoy that compliment that you just gave me.
All right. Well, good. It'll be a nice little compliment grenade for later on that it can blow up all over you when you look it up. I gotta move on here, homie. But Don Jameson is going to be at the Funny Stop in Cuyahoga Falls. It's a Pete-free weekend. Take that for whatever you want. And it's 7:30 and 9:30. Friday night and Saturday night in Cuyahoga Falls. You go to funnystop.com for the details. Funnystop.online is what I'm looking at. Real Don Jameson on the social medias. And I was like talking to you, pal. Next time you're in town and our schedules match up, we'll see each other in person.
Cool. And I'm going to check out your metal show this weekend, man.
All right. Not that I'm off this weekend because there's a late ball game. Unfortunately, your timing couldn't be worse. But
much like my act.
There
Thank you.
There you go. All right, thanks, pal. We'll talk to you again. There's
Right on.
Don Jameson at the Funny Stop this weekend. Let me give you that Buzzard bike key, the aforementioned. It's your shot to fire up this brand new Harley fit for the Buzzard. One person will have a key that fires this up, and then it will be yours at the end of all of it. So be caller 10, and you will get the key from us this afternoon. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 This is The Buzzard.
From the Barrio Tacos Tequila and Whiskey Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Alan, you have been described by your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
I was reading an article a friend of mine at home had sent me. There's a very affluent suburb of Chicago. There's no shortage of them, but one in particular is where my my late buddy Jim, my old co-host from Chicago, lived. It's called Lake Barrington, Illinois. And you can tell that it's affluent because that was the first Chicago suburb they put a Heinen's. When Heinen's decided that they were going to expand beyond Ohio, they put one in Lake Barrington. There's a guy who shot himself while he was sleeping because he was having a dream. Now,
well, he's one of those guys that keeps a gun under his pillow.
Well, that's what I couldn't figure out. Like, was this guy
like the remote
ambulatory? Like, was he sleepwalking and knew where he was in a haze? You know, sometimes you'll wake up and you're half asleep, but you're still aware enough to go do something or whatever. You're kind of in a haze. Or if he had his gun under his pillow. 62-year-old Mark DeCara had a gunshot wound to the leg. And when the deputies got there, he was losing a significant amount of blood. You don't want to cut or shoot yourself in the wrong spot in your leg because you can bleed out, that femoral artery. You can go just from that. He said he had a dream that someone was breaking into his home. And in the dream, he got his .357 Magnum, which is a goddamn hand cannon. So this wasn't like a little,
And already had the safety off.
And shot who he believed was the intruder.
I don't know if those have a safety on them.
A Magnum?
All guns have safety on them, don't they?
I don't know that that's true. I bet you a .357 Magnum might not have a safety on it. It's a revolver, right?
Yeah.
It's not a Glock. I mean, I don't know, but it's no small firearm.
Because it takes some force to get. I mean, I'm coming from someone who's shot a handgun like once, but you can't just like pull a trigger accidentally. Like it's hard. There's pressure there.
Well, this guy did it in his sleep. He had a dream, apparently very, very vivid, and that someone was breaking into his home. He was ready to stand his ground. I don't think there's a safety on that gun. I don't think any revolver has a safety on it. Okay. Because you have to cock it.
Modern ones have a version of a safety, but it's still not like you would have on a gun with a clip.
Yeah.
Like a little switch.
So the guy...
And I don't know exactly what I'm talking about, so don't get like, oh, Bill, you're so stupid. Call in and explain to us. It's okay. You don't have to get mad.
You idiot. Bill's talking about it's not, you don't have a clip.
Clip. I'm just curious how in a dream he's shooting at the intruder, but shoots himself instead in the leg. Yeah. And guess what? The gunshot woke him up.
Mm-hmm. No.
So did it. That's what the story says. That's what apparently woke him up from the dream was him shooting himself in the leg. He was taken to a local hospital where he was treated and released. But listen, does that count as a responsible gun owner? You know, the only way
I don't know if I would
the
hold
only
this against him.
way that you can stop a bad dream with a gun
It's a good dream with a gun.
is a good dream with a gun. And so Mark Decara of Lake Barrington, very hoity and toity town. They later learned that he had a revoked permit card, yet still possessed a firearm. So now he's in that trouble. There was no burglary. And so he was in trouble for that. You have what they call an FOID card, your ID card for your firearm. His was expired. Maybe he just forgot. Maybe because it was under his hot pillow every night. So now he has felony charges against him because of that.
So what I read here is the too long didn't read explanation of this is assume that revolvers don't use safeties unless you can prove otherwise through research. So most revolvers don't have safety. So I imagine this didn't have a safety.
Hey, Bill.
Hey, Al. Hate the show.
Thank you, sir. What's going on?
Oh, not much. Maybe the guy was watching Clint Eastwood and Dirty Harry before he fell asleep.
That's what I
Go
always
ahead,
think.
make my bed.
Do you feel lucky, punk? Those are the movies I always think of.
Right. People see the movies and stuff, and, you're shooting a cannon off and nobody flinches. That guy's 357 Magnum, you could drop an elephant walking into his room. So people got to be careful because you're right, Al. That would blow your leg off. I'm surprised he didn't die.
I can't believe. I mean, he must have. Even they said he was losing a lot of blood. You could probably get that from being grazed by that gun. I mean, he's extraordinarily lucky. And I have to assume that he's a single man. I have to assume that he wasn't lying next to his wife or girlfriend when this happened.
She would have been. She would have been injured too. Well, it's a good thing I still have my kung fu skills from watching Bruce Lee back in the day.
Right.
I'm a registered lethal weapon.
Put Bill in the octagon and nothing can stop him.
Love it.
Thank you. That is very true. So don't shoot guns, don't do drugs, and don't have guns. You don't know what the heck, how to shoot them. So.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Bill. You heard the man. Don't do drugs, kids. And don't shoot yourself in the leg with a 357 Magnum either.
Is a warm gun.
Hey, Duke.
Shoot.
Hey, Duke.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
What's going on, man?
Everything good?
Yeah, just I'm at work.
Well, thank you for paying my Social Security.
Uh-huh.
Don't think I don't appreciate it. I'll tell you, funny thing happened. Well, sort of. I had a hard day of retirement, and I stopped at my local watering hole, the Dover Garden there, and sitting at the bar, and I hear this little voice that said, "Whoa, have you lost weight?" And I looked around, and I was about the only guy in there, and I couldn't, what the heck, so I kept sipping on my drink, and I hear another little voice said, "Did you, your parents must be very proud of you." And again, there's nobody around me, and I look left, look right, nothing. And again, the little voice goes, "That's a really nice shirt." And the bartender, I said, "Jess," I said, "Do you hear that little voice?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "What is it?" She said, "It's the peanuts. They're complimentary."
I'll tell you what. It's a good thing I don't have a warm gun right now, Duke.
Happiness.
No idea what I would do with it, but
Mother Superior jumped the gun.
Thank you, Duke. I appreciate it.
Mother Superior jumped the gun. Happiness is a warm gun. Happiness is a warm gun, Mama. When I hold you in my arms and I feel my finger on your trigger.
You know what he's talking about. He's not talking about a real gun. He wants to put his finger on your trigger. By the way, we were talking earlier about sucking on toes. like Jables and Cage. And some people pointed out that first conversation, that it was about sucking Mary's toes.
I know it was.
Because she was worried that she would get off on it.
Yes, I
from
know
Bill.
that it was. And here's why. I wasn't going to tell you guys the story, but I'll tell you.
You have a dream about me sucking your toes?
I have a dream about you sucking my toes.
You just thought about it and...
No.
Okay.
Brian and I had sex the other night, and he did. He was doing that action. And then afterwards, he's joking around.
He
We're
was
just-
sucking your toes?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so afterwards, we're just joking around, and he looks at me, and he goes, what a day for you. He goes, you got some sex, you got your toes sucked, and then he goes, sorry I wasn't Bill. And I was like, I hate you so much. Please do not ever bring him up
Sorry,
again.
I wasn't Bill. That's your pillow talk?
No, this is like, we had it like 6 p.m. So we're just hanging out watching TV. And or 7 o'clock whenever we got home. But he was like, yeah,
Still,
sorry.
Bill shows up in your post-coital conversation?
He said, sorry, it wasn't Bill. And I was like, oh my God, I hate you. Please don't say things like that. That's why I knew it was not about me sucking your toes, because even Brian was listening and made that joke.
See, but I thought it was because we were talking about like what it would cost for someone to come and suck my toes, and I said $60.
Yeah.
And then they said
$60
if they bought.
Such a low hoe.
Who's the guy that you were mad at because he was messing with you about the Balance restaurant?
Oh, I don't know his name. He's a sales guy.
He's like, he came in today and he's like, Bill, $60. Come on. You got to charge more than that. I'm like, well, that's your guys' job. But I'm pretty sure it had to do with, because that was my interpretation, is that you were going to suck my toes for all that money.
No, because even after that, I said, I like getting that done. What if I like it? And I was like all freaked out about it.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, maybe I just misunderstood what's going on.
Well, it's not going to happen. Nobody's buying all 5,000 of my CDs to make that happen.
But if they were, for half
they
a
were.
second, there's a part of
Listen,
your brain
I'm
where like,
down
God,
either
that'd
way.
be great.
I'm down either way. For 30 grand, I'll suck Mary's stupid feet.
No one has $100,000 to make that happen. Nobody.
You
Is
don't know,
Cleveland?
you don't know what
Who
people have.
in Cleveland would be that? Do you understand what a small percentage of people they have to be into the show, into toes, and have $100,000 of disposable income?
But all you need is one.
But
And we have a
that's-
very big audience.
I understand.
You just
Alan.
need one.
I think people.
One.
This is not anything against our target demographic.
Even though she hates you.
Even though I hate you, I'm not sure that many of our listeners, just based on what I've seen from events, have a disposable $100,000.
You're trying to call them poor.
$100,000. You have to make over $1 million a year to just be able to throw away $100,000.
You see,
That's
hear that?
10%.
Maybe it's not thrown away to them. Maybe it's worth the investment.
Yeah, that's right. They get an ROI on that. And
saying people show up to events wearing rags. Jeez, Mary.
Not rags,
listen
but
to this.
I don't know
That's
how
why
many millionaires we have in our audience.
That's why she hates you, listener, because she thinks you're the poors.
I don't think that. I'm saying I don't think we have a lot of 1%ers. And I could be wrong. And that's
We're
not
never
because...
gonna get your album
But
sold.
all
I'm
you
saying
need is one.
There's not that many 1%ers in Cleveland to begin with.
All you need is one.
So for us to have a person who lives in Cleveland, who is also a fan of the show, who also has $100,000 to spend, and also wants to see toe sucking, that's a very, very specific thing.
One of those houses.
Well, the
on Lake-
rich are different than us. They are, they're eccentric. And all you need is one.
Don't you have like a millionaires club that you're a member of that you can
I'm not a
reach out?
millionaire.
Like a yacht club.
Something.
Even if I were a millionaire, I would not belong to
social
a
club?
yacht club.
Oh my God, why you not?
I'm not social. What?
It's the epitome of luxury.
A yacht
doesn't have a yacht.
club? I don't.
No, you rent. It's a yacht club. They have yachts there that you can just
Yes,
like, rent
but
for
why
the
would I
day.
rent a yacht?
Because it's fun and it's what rich
Have
people
you-
do.
There are a lot of rich people who don't rent yachts.
Also, you'd probably be looked down on as the rich person there who has to rent a yacht.
No, they have. I mean, there's some people that
There's
own
probably a
their
lot of
yachts,
people. To your point, Mary, there's probably a lot of people that rent yachts.
But the country, I imagine the club owns a number of yachts, and they're like, oh, hello, Mr. Brown, would you like some escargot and what's the other?
You got to rent the escargot too. Caviar.
Caviar. Yep. And I want.
You got to rent all of it.
I want the orange caviar.
How much is your
the
caviar rental?
Just gonna puke it up later.
Uh-huh.
I've never even had caviar. It probably wouldn't like it. I don't
That's
like anything
snail
fishy.
or is caviar the eggs?
Caviar is the
Eggs,
eggs.
the
and
roe.
then escargot is snail.
Yep.
I know that because I went on a cruise ship. And I was like, ugh, why it look like It's just
He wants the orange caviar, like in the sushi.
My sister and I were talking about caviar the other day. Or no, not escargot. And because we went to like a French restaurant, and she was like, "Can you eat that? That's got a shell." I was like, "Snails aren't fish." Because I'm allergic to shellfish. So she thought
it is
maybe-
confusing though, because it
she
all
thought
just looks like chewed up
maybe-
food.
Yeah, she was like, maybe that like if you're allergic to shellfish, you're also allergic to snails.
But aren't you like allergic to some bugs because?
Yeah, but that's because of like the exoskeleton that they have.
Yeah. But I can see why she would think that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can too.
What bugs did you have to eat to find out you were
No,
allergic to
like
bugs?
crickets.
Remember
and
when she was on Fear Factor?
cicadas. Which
That's how
by
she
the-
met Rogan.
Hey, those tryouts are tomorrow for Survivor at Put in Bay.
Yeah.
Are you going?
I don't know. Should I
You know,
go?
it's ironic because back in the day, snails were considered like the food of the poor because nobody really used them, and then they became a delicacy. Well, you've just never had them prepared properly, Poundcake.
Well, I was a kid when I saw them, and
Somebody cooks them while they're sucking your toes.
it grossed me out because my cousin was just eating them, and she was like licking her fingers afterwards. I was like, "Ew, why are you eating like someone else's chewed up food?" And she was like, "This is escargot." She's like, "This is expensive." I'm like, "You paid all that money to have someone else's chewed up food." That's what it looked like.
We got the Poundcake Sports Break straight ahead for you. After this break, I'm going to hook you up with tickets for that Gojira and Mastodon show. They're going on a co-headlining run that'll bring them here to Cleveland. 35192 on a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival is coming back to Las Vegas.
Tonight.
The #1 podcast, Lost Hills, is back with Season 3, The Dark Prince. An evil undercurrent runs through the surf world, and it all goes back to Mickey.
He's not only the most idolized of the bad boys, he's also the most bad guys of the bad guys.
Listen to Lost Hills on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Gojira and Mastodon. They are going on a co-headlining run with special guest Lorna Shore. I don't know if they're going to flip-flop every night. I don't know if they got their set time set. Who knows? But two major heavyweights. Going to be an awesome, awesome show. Gojira with Mastodon, Lorna Shore. Thursday, August 10th. It's not far off. At Jacobs Pavilion at Nautica. You can go to axs.com for all the information on the show. 2 tickets here for you. Be caller 10, and you'll go. I'll see you there. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Pro tip, if a cop pulls you over and they hear you listening to this, they're probably just going to let you go. Because, you know, they figured you suffered enough.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Is Brian going to go to Gojira and Mastodon?
When is it?
August 10th.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Depending on the day of the week.
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, it's probably a school night.
August 10th is a Thursday.
Thursday
no,
night, yeah.
That's his hardest day of the week for work.
Yeah.
That's the day where he doesn't get home till he leaves for work at 5:30 in the morning. Doesn't get home till after 7.
Okay. Well, there you go. Next few days, got a lot of great guests going to be on. Colin Quinn is going to be in here tomorrow. He's doing hilarities. Friday, we're going to have dads dressed as Taylor Swift here in the window. I have one pair of tickets for the show in Pittsburgh on Saturday night. And all you dads will have to do is come down in your best getup and be ready to perform. My daughter will be here. She will judge. So we will recuse ourselves from that responsibility.
We can't try and influence her?
You can try whatever you want. But she's pretty sharp. Also Friday, Frank Caliendo is going to be back on the show. And we'll be on Monday. But Tuesday, the legendary actress Jacqueline Bisset is going to be on the show. Boy, was I hot for her when I was a kid.
You didn't tell her that?
You know who? I'm going to tell her that. Yes. Movies like The Deep, and she was in a movie called Class with Rob Lowe. You know who Jacqueline Bisset is? She's going to class his joint up left and right, boy. So that's going to be Tuesday. I'll be talking to her. Bisset?
These aren't great pictures.
Well, she's like 80 now, but I mean, back in the day, she was not 80.
Oh, okay, yeah. She looks like a classic horror film chick.
A classic horror?
She looks like a classic horror. No, she looks like she'd be in a horror movie.
She might have been in one back in the day.
She got this black dress, her boobies all out. What is this?
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't say what. It might just be a headshot.
Also, next week on the show, more Harley keys for you. The Buzzard bike. Passes for incarceration. That is the 14th through the 16th of July. Slipknot, Limp Bizkit, and Pantera out at the prison. I'll have Guardians tickets for you. If you want to go see Bill Burr, he's doing the Hall of Fame Stadium in Canton. I'll have those for you next week. And the last few weeks for the Cleveland Funny Bus. These are sold out the remainder of the Wednesdays this month. I'm your host tonight. I'll be doing my last Funny Bus tonight, so if you're going to be there, we'll have a good time. Mary is hosting next Wednesday night, and then Poundcake is going to be hosting the last Alan Cox Show night in the Funny Bus, which is the 28th. They do tours. It's not just us. They do them Thursday through Sunday, like through Christmas. So funnybus.net for the details, but I think our Wednesday buses are all sold out. But I will have passes for you on Tuesday to join Mary on the Funny Bus next week. Let's hang out. And then Poundcake the following week. You know, speaking of the Funny Bus, it makes sense what I'm about to tell you.
Oh, okay.
Well, as long as it makes
sense. I mean, sometimes he says things that doesn't make sense.
Right.
So I'm glad that
It's
he's
true.
prefacing this with, this is going to make sense.
It's going to make sense.
This is going to make sense.
It's going to make sense. They ranked every state in the United States by how fun they are, right? Entertainment, recreation, won't break the bank, movie costs, accessibility of national parks, nightlife options, the whole bit. And Ohio came in number 13.
That's not too bad.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty. Number 13.
All right, who's in front of us? I want to know who's.
Nevada.
Yeah.
Nevada's
But
number
there's
3.
nothing in Nevada. I mean,
Vegas.
It's all Vegas.
That's the whole
But
reason.
Vegas carries the weight.
Yeah,
I
they're
bet.
doing all the
Yeah.
lifting in Nevada. And there's the and
Reno.
brothels.
Yeah. So Nevada's number 3, California,
Number 1.
Florida.
Number 2.
Yep, because of the Disneys and the
New
beaches.
York City, number 4.
New York is number 4.
Chicago.
Number 5 is Illinois.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
yeah,
we're
we're
talking
going by
about
states.
we're doing states.
States.
Georgia.
Tennessee.
Ooh, Tennessee.
Tennessee is lower than us. Tennessee's way down.
Really?
Ooh, what
Yep.
about like Oregon?
Well, I'll give you,
Washington.
you named the top 5 correctly. Number 6 is Colorado.
Yeah.
Then Texas, Washington, Minnesota,
Minnesota.
Louisiana.
10,000
Well, you're on the Gulf
lakes.
Coast in Louisiana.
Oh.
Arizona,
And you got New Orleans.
Yeah, and Baton Rouge.
Oregon, and Ohio's number 13. Cedar
right.
Point's probably doing some of the heavy lifting there.
Well, we got 3 major sports teams.
Yup.
Cuyahoga Valley National Park.
Well, we got 3 major sports teams here, and then there's also
Oh,
the
yeah.
Blue Jackets. There's also the Reds. There's the
Bengals.
Bengals.
Oh,
There
a lot.
people consider
say-
them a sports team now, since they got Joe Burrow.
I will say, though, the hiking trails in Oregon are top notch. I mean, Mary had her Oasis out
My
there.
spiritual awakening.
I'm living for me.
And yeah, I went up that same waterfall. I felt the same way.
Mm-hmm.
It is. It's something, I don't know.
Let me throw this at you, though.
Okay.
Ohio's number 13. I would humbly submit the following. I'd like you to cast your mind back to 2008, okay? When they would rank the states, Ohio was 51st, behind even the District of Columbia in fun. It was a desolate place, corner to corner, barren of even the mildest of good times. Then Christmas of 2009, what happens? Captain Fun shows up.
No.
Flash forward a decade, and the rest of the state has caught up. Now,
I have another.
I
little
seek,
thing to throw in
excuse
here.
me, I seek no accolades or remuneration for my tireless ambassadorship, but you really don't have to be any kind of social scientist to see what has happened in the last decade to pop Ohio up to number 13. Thank you. You're welcome. Your thoughts.
In
That's the
2008,
year that
I
LeBron left.
2008. No, he left 2011.
11.
Yeah,
Oh.
there you go. I left in 2008. I moved to New York in 2008. Moved back in 2009, and that's when things started going up. So Alan came in and gave it a little shot in the arm, but the fact that I was in New York City and then moved back, I mean, it just they couldn't do it without me.
No.
Just
Then
no.
what's your
Captain Fun
No.
is the reason that Ohio currently sits at number 13.
No, because
Now-
you're constantly talking about how you're not from here.
It's-
so you can't.
That's what
lay
makes it
claim to
all the
that.
more amazing.
No.
That's what makes it all the more amazing. I have put in 13, well, I was going to say good years. I've put in 13 years.
consecutive?
That's right. In the Keystone State.
That's not
Working
That's not us.
tirelessly.
That's not us.
Sorry, that's Pennsylvania. In the Buckeye State.
Yeah.
Working tirelessly as an ambassador. It is all the more amazing that I am not a native. Anybody can grow up here. You know, a guy comes in riding on a proverbial white horse, and look what happens.
Don't bring cocaine into this.
Look what happens.
Does make the nightlife more fun.
Now, no matter how hard we work, we ain't going to get it past 13. But look at what we've done. 50 states and D.C. It's amazing. And you can
who's
thank
12?
And you can thank
No.
Captain Fun.
I think there's a way.
Oregon is number 12. Here's past us, so we're 13. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Missouri, Wisconsin, all the way down to, dead last, in usual, Mississippi. We're usually dead last.
If we get legal marijuana in Ohio, recreational, I think we can move up to 10.
I don't think we're going any higher than 13.
All right, who's in front of us? Who's 12 and 11?
Oregon and Arizona.
Arizona's running out of water.
We can come for Arizona.
We can beat Arizona.
No, because Arizona also has the Grand Canyon.
But Arizona
Sedona,
has been
Flagstaff.
Arizona has been running out of water, and it hasn't stopped anyone from moving.
There's a
there.
lot of national parks in Arizona.
Right, but
Grand Canyon being a huge one.
If you're thirsty, Adam, you're not having fun. If you can't take a shower, you're not having fun. You want to have water.
We're not going to beat Oregon.
Oregon's going to be tough unless like Portland just completely falls.
Well, and again, national parks.
The most important thing is here, and I hate to beat a dead horse.
Let's get a
but
new
I shall.
park.
The most important thing is here. I'm sensing resistance to my premise.
We've moved past
Yes, there is so much resistance to that premise.
No one agrees with you.
We've moved past that, she says. Why are you still talking about that, Captain Fun? Well, because I have. Poundcake, are you ready for your sports break?
Yes, I am.
All right.
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, another GOAT-centric sports break. We're back again to discuss the GOAT of gold digging, the OG wag, Larsa Pippen, who let us know that Pippen ain't easy, and it still rings true to this day because no rich man will ever sleep nicely again after hearing how Larsa kept her relationship with Marcus Jordan a secret. Larsa was very candid on her podcast, Separation Anxiety, that she co-hosts with Marcus, stating that when she first met Marcus, when they were talking, she put his name in her phone as Mark Jacobs to cover her tracks. Now, Mark, and those of you who know Mark Jacobs, he's a super gay designer and the perfect cover-up for a DL relationship because whenever she would be invited by Mark to go on vacations, her husband didn't bat an eye. You know, beware, men. Next time your wife gets one of those spam texts saying, "You've won a free gift. Your package will be arriving soon. You guys better investigate." It's going down in the DMs. Also, the GOAT, Tom Brady, is just flexing at this point. And why not? He's getting some sun, spending time with family, all while chilling on a $300 million yacht. I bet you he goes to a yacht club. But it was there that he was challenged that he couldn't hit a drone that was hovering over the ocean in one try. So obviously he had a football with him because he's Tom Brady. But let's see if he did. I believe we have a clip.
It's the most fun version of catch because you just do this and he just throws it there.
Nope.
I just suck.
That's what I got paid for, Jimmy. Come on.
I want to see if you can hit my drone out of the sky with a football.
All right. If I hit the drone on the first try, maybe I should come out of retirement.
I like that.
Dad, you're gonna like miss.
I probably will miss.
First try.
Nolan, put your sunscreen on.
He nailed the drone.
Oh, such a good dad. Put your sunscreen on. But I don't think he's coming out of retirement anytime soon. But I did try to freeze frame it because it did look like he missed, but the sound definitely means he hit it. But never doubt the power of the GOAT. Bah! And lastly, I'm making this guy an honorary GOAT. Okay, former Browns running back Peyton Hillis recalls his scary and heroic incident saving his son and his niece from a powerful rip current. He told Michael Strahan on Good Morning America about the scariest part of it all, and I think we have a clip for that too.
Family, I'm going to take the kids down, let them play at the beach. The night before it was a bad storm, but, I didn't really pay too much attention to it. And when I woke up the next morning, it was windy, but it was beautiful.
Well, were there any flags?
There was no flags, but then again, I don't put that on anybody. I hear my mom screaming, and so I looked at her, and she pointed out to my son, and he said, "Ori and Camille are drowning." And so I didn't even think. I just reacted and started running to the water. I think the scariest point to me was when I'm swimming to my son, and I have to pass by him because my niece is in more danger.
You had to make this.
Yeah, see, that's scary. Peyton, you are a hero. You deserve a lifetime pass to one of those brothels in Nevada. And if they don't want to do it, damn it, give me the knee pads. I will do it. But yeah, I think about that. That's so scary. You have to pass your son. It's almost like the iRobot thing. But yeah, and that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
It is like iRobot, isn't it?
You have to make a decision here. Who's gonna survive? And you're like, my son's good. I taught him how to doggy paddle. He's good. And then meanwhile, niece is out there flailing. Help me.
That's a scary situation.
Peyton Hill sounds like he doesn't have any teeth.
You shut up. He's a hero, Mary.
I'm not saying that. Why does he
She
talk?
just said he sounded like he got that whole dang going.
He's country.
Yeah, he's probably got a skull ring in his jeans, so he's got those little raisin tumors in his gums.
And he said his lungs are like not working at full capacity, so I'm sure that's probably affecting the way he talks too, right?
Maybe.
But he's from Arkansas, Conway,
Arkansas.
Go ahead.
Arkansas.
Yeah. Well, because you sounded like you were asking us if that's how you pronounce Arkansas, but
no, I didn't know if it was Arkansas or Arizona. I was looking at the abbreviations. I forget that Arizona's AZ and it's
right.
AR.
And what's Arkansas?
AR.
Yeah. And what's Alaska?
AK.
There you go.
Alabama.
AL.
Look at you go.
We're doing a Gary Gulman bit all of a sudden. On the subject of, okay, I'll relinquish Captain Fun. We're putting Ohio at number 13. But I was reading that they're trying to bring Geauga Lake back.
Yeah.
Why?
Which I guess was a big deal for you guys when you were growing up.
I loved it. Yeah.
Look at
Geauga
that.
Lake.
This guy, Mr. Ohio. I guess Geauga Lake existed or whatever.
No. What I mean is like when I first came here, everybody talked about like, oh, I miss Geauga Lake, like it predated Cedar Point.
It was poor people Cedar Point.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Geauga Lake.
Yes.
But there's a lot of poor people. I mean, if they can
Yeah.
have a good time, I mean, no wonder a lot of people like
It's just
it.
like there were swings and things and good times. And
Right,
I
yeah.
always used to go to good times.
Yeah,
I didn't go.
once we went to Cedar Point the first time, like we were a Geauga Lake family, and then
So is it like Kennywood in Pittsburgh, or what is it?
Yeah, it's like Kennywood, or it's like
I mean, just
or
amusement
what's
park.
the one? Kings Island.
Okay.
Yeah, it's almost unnecessary because we had a SeaWorld, we had a Geauga Lake, and we had Cedar Point.
Well, this says in 2001 it was the largest amusement park in the world.
Because I think they bought
No.
SeaWorld.
That's what it says. Geauga Lake became the world's largest amusement park in 2001.
that can't be because
The city of Aurora is planning to buy Geauga Lake.
When was Disney World made?
there's no what.
Geauga
it
Lake
says-
couldn't have been bigger than Disney World.
It says founded in 1887, Geauga Lake became the world's largest amusement park in 2001.
Unless Disney World is not
It's a
considered an
theme
amusement
park.
park.
Disney World is a theme park.
40 acres of lakefront land. That's pretty big.
Okay, so that's the
They have the
lakefront,
most
the most
land.
land. It wasn't the most stuff to do.
I
That's
was
for
reading
sure.
how they wrote it. I don't know.
Like part of it, like Zachariah did a voiceover on this for a website, and he talked about how it's like small, like you walk end to end, and like pretty quick.
The map doesn't make it look very big.
Wasn't very big.
So the city of Aurora wants to buy it and spend a lot of money on it, and good for them. I mean, they
It's
got
unnecessary.
it'll be the Adidas
Why?
Geauga Lake Gap Kids Amusement Park and Outlet Shopping.
I wanted to do it.
It's like Mark's Funtime Pizza Palace. Like, there's no reason for it. There's Chuck E. Cheese. Leave it alone.
Well, I thought all the Chuck E. Cheese's
like it.
closed down.
There's
There's
a
one in North
lot of
Olmsted.
Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, there's one. There's a really tiny one in Parma too.
You could've
Charles
done it.
It's
Entertainment
so
Cheese.
small.
That one is small.
They got like 2 tubes, no slide.
They're just stuck up there.
You gotta come down the stairs the way you went up.
Just takes the kids to the roof, and
Right.
they're just like, yeah, to climb down the fire escape.
Is this an air duct or is this a?
That'll be fun. Yeah, that's the slide.
So anyway, listen, for people who are nostalgic about Geauga Lake, that would be maybe. I mean, you can never go back, but it might be exciting for them. I don't know. You can stop into the Lane Bryant outlet store while you're on the roller coaster.
Never realized. Again, I was a kid, so I didn't know. I didn't have a sense of where stuff was. But I never knew why they called it Geauga Lake. I didn't know it was in Geauga by a lake. Like in Geauga County.
But it was primarily a water park, right?
No, they had
They had
SeaWorld.
rides.
They bought SeaWorld.
Well, I know SeaWorld, but I mean,
But it had they had water slides. It was kind of just like a mix of everything. They didn't have too much of anything. There was
Yeah.
like 4 water slides, 4 roller coasters, 4 kiddie rides. It was just kind of that. 55 burgers.
Wait, is
55
Aurora
fries.
Geauga County? Oh, that's Portage County. So I'm still wrong.
It's out there. I don't know.
Why do they call it Geauga Lake then?
I think it is Geauga County. I think it's on the border.
Aurora is Portage County, Ohio. it
Okay.
says.
well, I'll let them.
Maybe
figure
the
it
lake's
out.
actually called Geauga Lake.
Alan, I just drove by Geauga Lake. Looks like they're turning it into apartment buildings. Yes, but from building to building, they'll have slides.
There you go.
Fun.
You don't got to slide in my DMs. You can slide right into my apartment.
I got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. Listen wherever on the iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Fest.
August 4th at Victory.
once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send a text. The great King Diamond. His mama calls him Kim. 67 years old today. There's no 2 hours to midnight this week, however, where you hear King Diamond and Forbidden and Slayer and Anthrax and local metal and classics and brand new stuff. We do a 2-hour metal show here on The Buzzard. I'm your host, along with Corey Roddick and Pat Butler. This week, we will be preempted by a West Coast Guardians game. They're playing the Diamondbacks. It's a 10:10 start on Saturday night, so we will return live next Saturday night, the 24th. And any suggestions you ever want to submit to us, you're in a local band, you can send us some stuff, to htm@wmms.com. But this Saturday night, another week, we'll be getting preempted by Cleveland Guardians baseball. So we will return next Saturday night.
I have a suggestion for that show.
Yes.
Not that it won't, but if and when it does make it to next April Fool's Day, or if you're feeling a little rambunctious, you do a show about metals, about iron and silver.
They all have to have iron in the title?
No. You discuss different types of metal for 2 hours. And I think that's very, very funny. I think that would be, people will get into it. Maybe their periodic symbols.
Okay.
And their,
well, our show that week would be on April the 30th. No. I'm sorry, March the 30th. April 1st is on a Monday.
Yeah. Ha, ha, ha. Get it? It's a
I
metal
do get
show.
it. Ha, ha, ha. Speaking of ha, 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 I was really bummed out last night. I was watching Jeopardy. Gwen and I will often watch Jeopardy, right? And they had a category on stand-up specials.
Uh-oh.
And they get Eddie Murphy. They get Wanda Sykes. I'm going to show this to you.
Okay.
So I was really bummed out.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy.
Specials for 16.
Breaking the Rules was a 1987 special by him, a comedy
People
combination
can't see
of
it,
Chuck
can they? It doesn't show up on the live stream.
Weird.
Because I'm playing it off Hulu.
Oh, yeah.
It won't show
They
up.
block it, yeah.
Well, I'll just play
You can
it
just play the audio, yeah.
Yep.
to the stage in a red leather suit for his 1983 special, Delirious.
Eddie Murphy.
Joe.
It was Murphy.
Yeah, Eddie Murphy.
Specials for 16.
Breaking the Rules was a 1987 special by him, a comedy combination of Chuck Yeager and Evel Knievel, said Robin Williams.
Mm-hmm. So it's a guy with long hair. Yelled a lot.
Sam Kinison.
Yeah, it was Sam Kinison.
Sam Kinison.
That's Sam Kinison.
Yeah, nobody knew. Nobody knew.
All right, to the rest of the categories.
Sam Kinison.
Yeah, let's just play Jeopardy the rest of the
Well,
show.
they go back and forth, though. I mean,
Specials
there's
for 2.
Gerard Carmichael revealed secrets in his 2022 stand-up special, including this first name, also the show's title.
He's black.
You remember the name of his special? Where he revealed that he was gay and it wasn't Gerard. It was not.
I thought
his
it came
name?
out as black. Damn it. I don't remember what it's called.
Who that is?
You know Gerard Carmichael?
That name, Rothaniel.
Rothaniel. You don't know Gerard Carmichael?
I don't think so.
He's great.
Huh.
Also, we were talking yesterday about Wheel of Fortune. Pat Sajak is retiring, and Ryan Seacrest is going to swoop right in, they're saying, and take over Wheel of Fortune because nobody has benefited more from old guys dying or retiring than Ryan Seacrest. However, another person has thrown their hat into the ring.
Mary Santora.
Pants Sajak.
I saw that. Whoopi Goldberg said that she wants to host Wheel of Fortune.
One wheel.
She said, I want that job. I think it would be tons of fun. Ryan Seacrest is still considered the front runner, but other people have been contacted by the producers. And one of those people might just be Whoopi Goldberg.
Sister Mary Clarence. She just gets up there and I don't know. She could barely host.
Oh, you think of her from Sister Act.
Yeah, I mean, Whoopi Goldberg will always be one of my favorite actors because she is in one of my favorite movies, like Sister Act 2, not 1, but Sister Act 2 is like my top 3.
Sister Act 2 is really good.
It's a really good one.
It's really
but just seeing her, how she's aged into like this little woman, I can't see her the same way. She's not the same Whoopi Goldberg. So.
I've never seen any of the Sister Acts. How is 2 an improvement on the first one?
The music is just better. Like the
music.
It's just more fun too. Like
yeah, you're dealing with like high school, and I was like a kid at the time, so there's like high school kids in there, and they come from a broken home, and with a little bit of hope and spirit and trying hard, following your dreams. Mom, all I want to do is be a singer. No, singing does not put food on the table. Singing does not pay the bills. All she wanted to do was do a choir competition.
So the first movie, the premise is that she's hiding from the cops and pretends to be a nun.
She's a witness protection, and then she's hiding out as Sister Mary Clarence in the.
And then the second, so that's the premise of the first one, just her not getting caught.
Yes.
And then the second one, they bring in kids.
The second
then
one,
she like teaches them.
Yeah, she's still in the what do they call a nunnery? What are they?
A convent.
I almost said conservatory.
And then so she is with the other nuns teaching at this Catholic school that's about to get closed down. Sorry, spoiler alert.
The movie's 50
30
years
old. And she's teaching the kids how to sing. She's doing the music class, and she was a Las Vegas headliner. She was a showgirl. And then they go on to win the competition and keep the school open.
Lauryn Hill, right?
Mm-hmm. Lauryn Hill plays, I forget who.
Who's the lead guy? He was like really famous too.
The lead guy? Who's the lead
Harvey
guy?
Keitel.
No. The kid. The Ryan Toby. That's his name?
Ryan Toby. I don't remember that.
Yeah, he was in a lot of things.
Is he Frank A?
I think so.
Let's do Frank A. Hey.
You know, the guy that directed Sister Act was the same guy that directed Dirty Dancing. And he didn't do that many films, but he did a couple of massive ones before he died.
Oh, maybe he wasn't. This dude, Ryan Toby's only been in 3 movies.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's literally only in 3.
And one of them was Sister
Mary's like,
Act.
he's huge.
I was like, no. He's like super famous.
And so stereotypical. First of all, he got a Christmas movie with all black characters, and then he got a prison song movie. So racist. This is so racist. This Christmas movie looks like it was like direct to TV or direct to DVD.
Well, Sister Act was a big deal when it came out.
My music teacher, Mrs. Brown, always used to make us watch, believe it or not, this upset some people's parents in Berea, Ohio. She would always make us watch like black movies that were about singing. So we had to watch Sister Act. On days we would watch movies, it was Sister Act. It was the Temptations movie. It was Michael Jackson's Oz, not the regular Wizard of Oz.
The Wiz.
Or The Wiz, I'm sorry. Yeah,
I
The Wiz.
loved The Wiz when I was a kid.
The
I
Wiz.
watched that movie on a goddamn loop when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Did you have to watch the 5 Heartbeats?
No.
Are you suggesting that there were Berean parents who wanted them to stick just to Caucasian singing movies?
No, it was just, well, this is reverse racism. It's racist if you don't show white people singing. It was that more than anything.
Oh, God, people are such dopes.
Yes.
The reason why he's a big star, Mary, this Ryan Toby, he was in a music group called City High, and they made that song.
Maybe that's why.
What would you do if your son was at home crying all alone on the bedroom floor because he's hungry? Yep.
Yeah.
That one.
I love that one.
I'm going to change the subject now.
Thank you.
It peaked at number 8 on the R&B hip hop charts.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, Whoopi Goldberg says that she might be interested in doing Wheel of Fortune. She's still on The View, but who knows? Maybe she'll do that. Well, once again, my name has not been chosen as a nominee for the Radio Hall of Fame. And I don't know what I can do to be any more obscure in this business than I already am. Oh, what's that? I'm not supposed to be obscure in the business to get nominated for the Radio Hall of Fame. All right. Well, I'll work on that then.
You've never had a girl in here with her boobies out. How do you expect to be in any kind of a Hall of Fame? Alan.
No, and whip them out.
Not me.
Come on, do it for the show.
No.
Get Alan into the Hall of Fame.
Hey, by the way, you know who
He'd do it
is
for you.
I'll tell you what, though. You know who is nominated is Kid Leo.
Oh.
Who is part of what some people consider the heyday of this radio station. Kid Leo. I think this is the only radio station he ever worked for. But he is up for nomination in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. 24 people are up for nomination.
But
names that most of the general audience would not know. But Kid Leo, obviously, they would know very well.
When we were at Oak Tree, there was that girl that came up and just showed her boobs. That was like the randomest thing. She's just like, I want to show my boobs, and like called the show, and we're like, all right. And she came over. She's like visiting from Florida or something.
Yeah, come up and show your boobs.
Yeah.
She thought it was 1996.
It was good. It was good.
Bill liked it.
It was good radio.
Really good radio.
Because
Us
I was
looking
the
at boobs.
closest to her. Because
boobs. Yep.
It was good radio.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Boob, that's
People,
me. B-double-O-B, Boob.
People listening loved it. Us looking at boobs.
Boobs. They're happy for us.
Is anybody ever happy for someone else?
No.
Ever? Ever? Ever?
Not once.
Depends on if I've been with them intimately or not.
What's that?
Like if I've slept with them and they do something really cool, I feel like I'm part of that accomplishment for some reason.
I know you do.
I know. I don't know why.
I know you think that you do. I don't either.
Yeah, like if I slept with.
You know how when you're a kid, they go, when you sleep with someone, you're sleeping with every person they've ever slept with. That's how Poundcake considers those people's chain of accomplishments.
It's true.
He considers. Right, but sex is such a common thing, and it can be such a banal thing that, like, why would you attach that to their accomplishments?
I don't know. It has to.
I don't either.
But with my self-esteem.
But you must know your motivations for things.
Well, when I slept
your boyfriend, McBoyfriend, is he a lawyer?
No, I don't.
Okay, but is he an educated man?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you consider that because you guys are fooling around that his accomplishments are yours?
Yes, Cody.
I'm a part of it, yeah.
You're a part of it.
Yeah.
You're adjacent to him,
I'm
but
sure-
that's got nothing to do with his accomplishment. I mean, he would never take credit for your accomplishments.
But I'm sure he takes pride in the fact
meager
that
as they are.
I'm sure he takes pride in the fact that I'm on the radio. So when
You think?
Yes, I know he does. I know he does. I know he gets glee out of it, saying
He
that
gets glee out of it.
saying my boyfriend is on the radio. I'm sure he does, and he's told me multiple times because people have recognized him from my Instagram, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm Poundcake."
Right, but he's not taking credit for your being on the radio.
No, he takes glee of it.
He takes pride.
He really gets some glee out of it.
Oh, that's what pride is for.
And I'm just saying, there have been people, like I slept with a pilot. I slept with someone who went to MIT. So when I get these high-profile guys, I'm like, wow, I slept with that. Like, I don't know why. I'm like,
I don't either. Wow, I slept with that.
I slept with that. Like, whatever they do in life, they can't unscrew me. So I don't know. I just feel a sense of pride. Like, they could go on to they could marry a billionaire.
So how do you feel about people you've had sex with that have done nothing? They're just layabouts and vagabonds. It doesn't go the other way.
Does that drag you down?
It doesn't go. I'm willing to bet it doesn't go the other way.
Time.
Huh?
No, because it felt good at the time. But the people.
Felt good at the time.
Yeah, but the people that have made something of themselves, I'm like, yeah, I got you on your come up.
Okay. Now here's my question, Cody.
I got you on your come up, and I feel good about myself. I made a good choice.
Yeah, but that's only in retrospect.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Still
Okay.
smashed.
All
Here's
right.
my question to you, Cody. I'm gonna give you a little would you rather here. Who's like your biggest celebrity crush?
Shawn Mendes.
Shawn Mendes. Would you rather have a one-night stand with Shawn Mendes and lay claim to everything he's done? Because obviously, if you guys sleep together, then you have also accomplished everything Shawn Mendes has accomplished.
Or at least helped. In some way.
Or find the love of your life. You don't get to do both. You either get to have the absolute perfect man for you, and you get to marry him and be together forever and have a beautiful life, or you get to have all of Shawn Mendes'
At
accomplishments.
the very least, you get to at least turn down a proposal.
But you only get the accomplishments in your head. You don't actually.
No,
get the
I'm saying
accomplishments.
the way that he lives his life. He can
Yeah.
sleep with Shawn Mendes,
Yeah.
beautiful night together, but it's just one night.
Mhm.
Or you have
Actual
real, true,
happiness.
long-lasting love.
What does the guy that I'm in love with do?
Doesn't matter. He's the love of your life.
That's his answer. He takes Shawn Mendes.
I take Shawn Mendes. I take Shawn Mendes.
Bite off his penis.
What did you think he was going to say?
He has 60 million followers on
You're
Instagram.
having a one-night stand with him.
It doesn't matter. Still smashed.
Bite off his penis.
60 million followers. You know how many people would fight for that chance? A lot of people find love. Not a lot of people get to sleep with the star
But
of their
that doesn't
choice.
mean anything. 60 million followers
He's got an argument there.
doesn't mean anything.
That's a true statement. A lot of people fall in love. Not a lot of people get to sleep with
Isn't that what Alan says? There's always going to be someone else. There's always going to be a next person.
Yes.
Okay, then. So
But nobody's taking credit for someone's accomplishments through the transitive property of
Like it's an
fluid
STD.
of fluid exchange or
Although that would be a cool premise for a movie.
It's C-men, not C-man. So he gets to take it's.
You sleep with someone, you wake up, and you have their career
I'm
the
like
next
Kirby.
day. Like some weird Freaky Friday.
Freaky Friday, yeah. 13 going on 30. Interesting. Okay.
So Cody doesn't want love that bad.
No, he doesn't.
What does McBoyfriend do? Are you at liberty to?
I don't want to.
Okay, that's fine.
Spot.
Okay.
The people that know him know what he does. I don't want to.
Well, I don't care about them. I was curious.
Yeah, I don't want to blow up his spot.
Alan, you can't get into the Radio Hall of Fame because they'd invariably have to make a bust of you, and they wouldn't be able to afford enough bronze to sculpt your face.
Because it's fat.
Because I have a big face, you son of a motherless whore. But you are right. Not enough bronze in the world. Osmosis. Somebody is calling that process. All right. Alan, does that mean that the people who slept with Poundcake can't read by association?
Not after I get done with him.
He can. Not when I get. He knocks the reading out of him.
Speaking in tongues after I'm done.
Wow. They got short-term memory loss. It's like they had a stroke. I mean, they did in a way.
It's like that clip you play with that chick that's speaking.
Is that what they sound like when you're done with them? They're speaking in tongues.
Thank you, Poundcake.
Right. Thank you, Poundcake. All right. On that note, I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192 to get the last word in. Guardians baseball tonight. They lost in San Diego last night. Hoping to make it up tonight. 9:40. A little bit later on is when that's going to happen here on The Buzzard.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart